But it's about, as you said, it's about trying to help them win an FNCS. It's not about, oh, what are the top teams doing and can you try and like add that to a lower level team. It's can you figure out your own meta? Can you figure out your own way to play that's going to help you win a tournament? It's trying to figure things out for yourself instead of, just seeing what the top teams are doing and, trying to see if there's anything you can add onto it. It's just figuring it all out yourself and having a lot of hard conversations and testing a lot of things out to see what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, taking a look at that graph right there as well. We saw Pink with a great performance in Chapter 4 Major 1. Great performance from him there. Lots of confidence, I think, going into that. Are we expecting that this weekend? Are we expecting a confident Pink performance? Tell us about what the trio is going to be playing like.
I mean, yeah, you should expect some high-level performance. It's what you come into tournaments for. High-level players come into every tournament to try and win. There's no reason to compete if you're not going to try and win the tournament, right? It's what all the top-level players are going to be expecting. So Pink, Nebs, and Kira are going to be expecting the same. And yeah, I'm looking forward to watching them play. I'm really excited to see them play, and I think it'll be a good showing for sure.
Harry, who is the biggest competition for your boys this weekend?
I think it's Vina, Vico, Flixie. I think if you've been looking at scrims, and I know a lot of people are saying Vanya, Pixie, Marius, and obviously after their success last season, but if you look at their situation off spawn at Boxcars and how they're playing and how much power they have around the map and how much they dictate how other teams play, they're playing a much nicer game than a lot of other teams are, in my opinion. And I think with the talent they have in their trio, the individual skill they have on top of the game plan they have, I wouldn't be surprised to see them right at the top of the leaderboard for sure.
Coach Harry, where can we find you online?
You can find me on Twitter at CoachHarry_, and once every few months on Twitch at Coach_Harry.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Levin, we know that Coach Harry is going to be standing by on comms for Pink's trio this weekend. Do you think he's ever going to have to step in at any point and try and give them some calming words?
Yeah, absolutely. That's part and parcel of the role of a coach, right? He needs to be there to support them and give them the pick-me-up when needed. And as much as I make fun of Harry all the time because he's my friend, he's amazing at what he does. So I'm confident he'll be a great addition to this team.
Well, we are going to run some numbers now. Why? Because Levin and Mini Miner, they sometimes get things right, but they also get things wrong. So let's leave it up to science. Science, Levin 2K, because we asked Kinch's computer to run the data and predict a top 5. So let's kick off with our 5th place trio, according to the numbers. And it's Swizzy, Queasy and Merstash, which is interesting because obviously the Fortnite community is saying they're one of the favourites to win this weekend, Levin.
Yeah, so Kinch's computer predicts like the likelihood of winning, right? He gives the teams a percentage chance of winning this weekend. And so this team being in 5th, I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. I think the numbers have had to be adjusted, right? The computer had to rerun the numbers a bit, especially with the whole off-spawn situation being how it is, Mini. But I mean, it does make sense. I think there's going to be question marks around whether or not this team stays uncontested all throughout the weekend. And even if they do, how well were they prepped for being uncontested? That definitely plays a part.
Yeah, the computer was working overtime, I think, yesterday with all the changes that was going on. I think it really does depend on what the contestation looks like. We know Queasy's team can perform very well when they make it off-spawn, and they have prepped a lot off-spawn. I've been watching a lot of their off-spawn fights against Malibuca. Their drops have been really, really solid, and they know how to play when their drops aren't the best as well. So whoever contests them, whether it's Hizix's team, whether it's someone else, I'm sure they'll be prepared.
Well, the computer seems to be favouring Malibuca, Wox and Ping because it has put them into 4th place on the leaderboard, boys. It's going to be interesting to see if these guys do struggle with being contested or if there are any surprises throwing their way, because that doesn't seem to be their favourite thing, Minnie.
Yeah, it's tough for these guys because it's really important to how well they play off spawn. I don't know how long they've been preparing to land at Utopia City, whether it's been a thing that's been in the works for a few weeks or whether it's not. I think they can pop off very much like Queasy's team if they do make it out off spawn for maybe 6 out of the 12 games. They can make those games count. So maybe a little bit high considering the off spawn situation on the map at the moment.
I mean, yeah, I think the computer's looking at both of them being contested, and it's like, and it gave them a slight higher percentage, which I would agree with just based off of like last season's major finals performance. Like when you look at how they played that day one, we've not seen a performance like that from Queasy's trio. So I think putting them slightly higher makes sense, but also at the same time, I don't know, man, because like that off-spawn situation looks rough.
Can I say, I don't know about this computer, because when you look at who's in 3rd place, I know the chat's going to be against me right now, but I wouldn't have put Vico, Venom and Flixie here based on their performance last weekend, Levin, but obviously I'm not the expert.
Yeah, I mean, she's certainly not the expert, Frankie. We don't want to hear from
everyone knows that. Okay, all right.
Did you make this list, Frankie?
You know, I actually disagree with the computer on this, and I probably would have had them slightly higher. I think I would have put them slightly higher, 15% chance of winning. Look, I think a lot of people obviously, you know, have their question marks about this team. They've had a rock and roll sort of year, right? Started the year very well, and then the middle has just been a bit of a go next. And now we're here, and I do feel really good about this team's chances today. And for a lot of the reasons that Coach Harry said earlier, I think this team's a real threat, Mini.
Well, they're three of the best players in the region, if not the world. So, you know, you put all three in together in the meta right now. Fighting is so important. I think the computer's sort of looking back at last major. They didn't have the greatest time. Of course, that day 2 was a little bit troublesome for them, particularly with the off-spawn fights. Now they've got an uncontested drop spot. They've been preparing it very well. And I think that added bit of preparation going into this weekend is going to help them so much. So, yeah, I agree. I think they could be first.
Mini, the computer's definitely watched the last major because in second place it's put Fredoxy, Pablo and Tino. Again, didn't have the smoothest of group stages, but we know they can come up fighting.
Yeah, their group stage performance wasn't fantastic. They took all 5 games to qualify through. They almost didn't, I suppose, as well. And I know Fredoxy said on socials it was the worst Fortnite he's played in a while. So I think they did have a little bit of a wobble there, but it's undoubtedly, you know, you can't argue with the fact that these guys are a fantastic team, landing at Supernova Academy as well. Fredoxy's a fantastic off-spawn fighter, so any surprise contestations, they might not struggle. I think this is about right for this Trio 11 in second place.
Ooh. I think I'd go slightly lower. Look, they're not a one-hit wonder. I do think after last season's performance, you know, many people probably would have expected them to drop off a little bit. They've stayed at a very high level. I just think I'd give the edge to Veno's trio when I'm looking at just the combination of talent, experience. I think Chino will be a big factor in how well these guys do this weekend, so all eyes on him to see how he does. But I think I'd go slightly lower for them than the computer.
I'm hearing that the computer was made in Denmark, boys. Let's take a look at our number 1 prediction. And to be fair, I'm with the computer on this one. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius Miniminer.
Hard to argue with it. Last season's major final winners. Another great season this season. Played 1 game of the group stage, 1 on height, very first game. We haven't seen them that much this season. Landing at the same drop spot, Levin employing the very similar strategies with the talent and all 3 of these guys have. I can't see a reason why they won't do well or even win this FNCS.
Is it going to be free for free from Flooded Frogs this year? That's the question we've got to be asking at EU. I mean, look, like you said, you can't really argue the computer on this one. Reigning champs, they performed like reigning champs typically do this season. You know, look, Pixie's been looking like the best player in EU for a lot of this season. This is a great chance for him to solidify that and really showcase that he is the current number 1 in EU after a major final performance here. I like the spot for them. I think they're looking like the favourites right now.
Miniminer, any trios that the computer didn't mention that you'd predict for big things this weekend?
I mean, I think a little bit of an underrated team, Giras, Franek, and Dinas. I think this is going to be a really exciting team. They've been on the come-up ever since this entire year, and I think they performed very well last major, so they have a drop spot they know well. Keep your eyes on those guys. A little bit of an underrated team.
I didn't think you were going there. I really thought you were about to give us the other Polish trio, Dimash, Dam, and Pix. Obviously, I know the off-spawn situation looks weird for them, but I think if there's anyone that can figure it out, it'd be them. They've shown that they can adapt well over 2-day formats here.
Yeah, if it was a Polish computer, they'd definitely be number 1, I think, Levin.
Absolutely.
I do think it's going to be one of the hotly contested finals of the competitive era of Fortnite, because obviously we're quite far in now, 6 years, and everyone wants to go to globals. There's only 4 spots up for grabs here at 11, and a number of the trios we've already discussed have actually qualified. So is there a trio you think is definitely going to make it through to Leon this weekend? 11 2K guarantee.
Definite is tough. Definite is always tough. I mean, I can't give you a guarantee on this one. I feel like there's so many names you can throw in the hat. There's people I feel really good about, but I can't give no definites right now. I feel like it's really up in the air, which makes it more fun for us to watch.
It does. And we've got 12 games left of the European season, and we're not going to waste a single second. So let's board the battle bus and head over to Taco and Takata.
Thank you so much, Frankie. The good news is you don't have to wait much longer. We've already been through 2 majors. We've been through the play-ins, the groups, and we're now in the finals of Major 3. The last shot for the final 4 trios to qualify to the Global Championship here on EU. What's interesting, Taco, is after looking at kind of those computer predictions, you know what? I'm going to stop you right there because the battle bus is ready. We're not waiting any longer. Let's get into it.
And just like that, Game 1 has finally approached Takada. We are looking at the final opportunity for these players to try and lock in their seats on the battle bus for the global championship. Nerves have got to be at an all-time high, and given what the Des touched on earlier today, talking about some of these off-spawn situations, I'm expecting things to get very active very early on, which might be a little bit against the typical nature of first game environment in a finals.
Wait a second. So, hold on. What are we seeing here?
We are seeing the culmination of great minds at work.
Gosh.
And we are about to witness an all-out brawl fest for who's actually going to take over Demon's Domain. That very first touchdown will be the real difference maker. And for Malibuca, Queasy's teams, they're both looking to get that first opening opportunity, but it's going to be Queasy overhead. First one for the rarity chest, and he's hoping that he comes up big here, because they want to try and jump in to the action as quickly as possible. But Ping walks Malibuca already able to reconvene. They're just waiting for the initial approach here. Merstash going to get a little bit tied up in the process, but Queasy with the overhead coverage fire walks now, dancing around, trying to see if he can escape. Malibuca, no shields whatsoever. He's going to be forced outside of the building here, and it's Queasy still coming up big, but Merstash, so much trouble. He has to take a moment to heal.
Always expect the unexpected. Not a single knock has come through yet, but I talked too soon. Malibuca on the ground, walks fully eliminated. It's now quickly turned into a tragedy for Ping as he's forced into a 1 versus 3, putting aggro onto Queasy. But with the backup from Merstash, with the backup from Swizzy, this should be a quick cleanup for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash. They went 5-0 in scrims. We thought it was enough to scare Malibuca and his trio away, but they still wanted more. And after game 1, it's going to go to Queasy.
We are looking at a 12-game format here, though, Takada. I think if you're Malibuca, it never hurts to kind of test the waters. But game 1, rapid decline. Gonna have to revisit how game 2 actually plays out. Howley gotta keep an eye on the because teams could strike from anywhere. And given the nature of just how surge-heavy these early moments have been for so many teams, I think it's just no surprise really that Howley is trying to be diligent about his duty, try to lock in, deliver that surge, but playing it out at Utopia. And I know that we've been considering Demon's team a natural dark horse in FNCS later, Takada, but it's a little bit of a stalemate initially. Same case scenario, not going to be at play here for Prodoxy and Juno, though. They are having to try and clear up Pump Power.
Quickly, they were actually able to go from Supernova Academy to Pump Power, having the whole POI uncontested. It just shows how much preparation has went into this tournament, how efficiently they can loot up and get right into the action. These quick eliminations early on can mean everything to set them up for the late game. But you don't want to get overconfident. The pressure's on Fincheck. Nothing coming of it yet. Just a bit of damage, which might be more than enough.
Well, look at the positional displacement coming from Fincheck and Fadaj. They are so split from Pantry. All it takes is a singular collapse, and that seems to be exactly what Prodoxy is anticipating. Fincheck going to be able to provide a little bit of return to player, but Pantry has been isolated. Pantry has been eliminated. Fadaj now looking to take the search on out of here. Pump Power is no longer welcome for his team. They need to play for the reboot. That's going to disorient their game plan really early on here, and that's able to make it to that reboot in the first place. Because Prodoxy's team, they're willing to roll up here this early. They're really looking to switch these up.
Yeah, the pressure kind of got stopped, though, by Kiro. I think that's the Kiro's trio that they land up at the top, northeast side of the map. The issue is, it seems like they were quick to go third party, that Pump Power engagement, knocking Prodoxy and kind of stopping their aggression, but you can see how Pablo was actually able to pick up Pantry there. Nice quick elimination. situation. They don't want to risk anything more. Cammy qualifying through the last chance qualifier. Now with a couple eliminations starting it off. Pressure is on their shoulders today. When we looked at the computer simulation, all the top 5 are trios that have already qualified to the Global Championship in previous majors. So if you keep that in mind, there is only 4 spots open for grabs, but you know, if the simulation's true and all those trios end up in the top 5, all you could really need maybe is top 10, and it could be enough.
You can run the numbers all day long, though, Takada, but simulations are never going to be able to emulate what's taking place with these surge bases. It is so troublesome for teams not only to make rotates, but we see players like CZB, they'll get the knocks, but it's coming from the void. So Teeny, no concerns whatsoever. It's going to be able to revive easily, and the safety of the surge base. And this is really what has been the number 1 disruption factor for so many teams across every single region, because these surge numbers are just scaling up to crazy numbers. I think any, favoritism,
City, the 2 trios going head-to-head, now deciding to take a later engagement. Not the quick 50-50 off spawn. There's more than enough loot for both trios to get kitted up and then get into the action. As now shots are being traded back and forth. Dong has been fully cracked, forced to pop a few minis. If you look at the mini-map bottom right, not a single third party in sight yet, so for now, a bit of freedom to kind of play it slow.
This is still causing a little bit of a hiccup in both of these teams' early game strategies, though, because they are just so focused on each other. The longer you stay locked into these engagements, the easier it then becomes for a third-party scenario to develop. And already just a little bit south of Utopia, teams starting to make way, teams starting to just push in a little bit closer. They want to be able to, if they can't find knocks or eliminations themselves, at least get a few tags in there, and it's going to be Ivan's team. Frozy not even sold that Howley, Hizzix, or Dandakuzo even had someone scouting the distance, and that could be the difference maker too. Hizzix now maybe getting a little bit of a hunch. Hey, we've been making a lot of commotion here. There probably is a third-party lurk. Let's take a quick pause. And so just like that, action going to fizzle out temporarily, but we are still looking at very early zone search as the priority here, Takada, and anything can happen. One thing's for sure, though, Biggstar and Bemis, they don't want to find themselves getting sandwiched.
Definitely not. It was only a matter of time until that third party came through. It shows the difference of these grand finals lobbies compared to the play-ins, compared to the groups. It's 12 matches of the exact same trios competing head-to-head who are the best in the region, so you know they're going to put in the work to know exactly what's happening in their surroundings, how their opponents rotate, when they tend to fight. The perfect opportunity to kind of mix up those fights and go for the third parties. It's a game that not just starts beforehand in the prep, but as the days go on, and the pressure is going to be continued from Frozy here. Frozy. Not a full commit, though, just shots back and forth.
Still gave enough time, though, for Pickstorm and Demas to vacate the vicinity, and now it just comes down exclusively to how much are you willing to invest here. Howley, Hizzix, Dandakuzo, they don't have a choice. They're going to have to take this fight. They've burned all of their material in that initial engagement at Utopia, and so now the leftovers scrambling underneath this tower post-up, and Howley holding strong for right now, but yeah, these walls are just getting completely berated by Ivan's team. And Ivan now looking for a wraparound, hopefully trying to see if he can open up a flank angle. Dandakuzo spots it out, but still takes a slight tag to his shields. Medina is going to buy plenty of time here, though, for Ivan's team in comparison to Dandakuzo, who's the only one rocking any sort of white heels.
That's almost too risky to full commit here. Just trying to find any angle possible. More than enough ammunition to do so. Do you want a full commit? It's going to need a big shot, and Ivan might have just connected it. Hizzix goes down. Quick elimination to turn this fight around. As Howley falls shortly after. Dandakuzo, the last player standing. From just tags to being out of materials, Ivan now putting an end to it. That's 3 quick eliminations.
And a nice little hero rank up to carry them through some of this early storm tick damage, but that was just the natural development after Ivan's team was able to pull up the action taking place at Utopia. Big success, though, and they're not the only ones kind of hunting out for favorable instances. Eye drop, knocking down Akira. Tough break for the French trio. Redix and Karama still kicking, though, so you never know what can happen. But on the side, the cliff face. This is a dastardly place to try and fight. Southwest corner tucked away inside of Shogun Solitude, and Sato, Karma, they're hoping that they'll be able to come up on top here versus Upple's team. But Mixon, having already been eliminated, is really stressing Upple and Focus to try and lock in the clutch here. Focus gets good. Oh man, this is starting to develop nasty here for Focus, and he's gonna find himself tumbling. The pressure just too overwhelming. Was trying to get a flank opportunity, and it just does not work out. That's a good heads-up maneuver, though, from Sato's trio to pull that one out in their favor.
6 eliminations already. What a way to kick off game 1. We haven't seen him yet, but now's the time. Vico Venoflixi looks like they're going head-to-head against Ferdoxy, Chino, and Pablo. We saw how Fred and this trio were able to pick up an elimination earlier on, so they got a bit of damage, but looks like disengage is going to come through from Vico Venoflixi. They'll have a bit more time to roam onto zone. We saw the zone is pulling quite southwest, so for those trios that have more of a northeast drop spot, they can't take as many risks and as many fights. They have to focus a bit more on making it towards zone. Good news is early on, you can tank a good amount of it and kind of take a bit of those shots, but you do have to keep that main focus in mind on how you're actually going to set yourself up for this late mid to end game. And Queasy, Swizzy, Merstache already have that in mind.
This is a very natural flow to see from some of our more veteran teams, just tanking those early storm takes. They've got chug jugs, you've got med kits, probably med miss grenades as well. Yeah, sure enough, rocking there on Merstache, so they can afford kind of spend this time playing 4 deadside rotates. They have a lot of luxury to work with, especially because of winning that early contest at Demon's Domain. So now, taking advantage of that bunker, it's good. It's a good view currently for Queasy's trio. Opposite ends of the map, though. Over at Resistance Base, Marius, Pixie, Vanya have actually opted to push a little bit more westward from their starting point.
Yeah, based on their location, Marius, Pixie, Vanya is going to go corner of the map, or kind of edge of the map rotate. The only thing I'm, looking at is it is an uncontested drop of flooded. If they are to take that edge rotate, it's going to get them to zone, but in a major finals lobby, with the way Surge is working, it's going to be incredibly high. You're going to need a good amount of damage, so I'm curious to see how they plan to get that if they do take that kind of edge map rotate down to the zone. As Yapko, Panzer, and Seti now just making it on in.
But what I really think about is Seti, Yapko, and Panzer being the team at Lone Wolf. There's very high odds that Vanya, Medius, and Pixie are actually a team that they're going to encounter quite often in early Surge-based instances. We didn't get a chance to tune in for this game, but it's just a very frequently known exchange that takes place between those couple of POIs, because naturally, the way that the map develops, players are going to learn each other's loot paths, and they're going to do everything in their power, Takada, to try and shut each other down. But that also involves having a good idea of where teams are going to favor putting these surge bases at. Granted, that's not always going to be the case. For some teams, they just want to get it done the old-fashioned way, and they're having to play out through these box fight opportunities. But it's just leaving yourself so exposed to that third-party intervention. That's probably the primary reason why we see so many teams being able to play off those surges.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more risky to do it the old-fashioned way, as you mentioned. If you're able to do those surge bases, you kind of have the luxury of not needing to worry as much in the mid-game to find those fights, and kind of can focus on those edge map, those dead side type of rotates. Looking at Stevie, Trulex, and Tini is one of the trios that from back-to-back third-place finishes for Trulex at the Global Championships, now having not yet qualified in the last major, the last opportunity to qualify to the Global Championship. This is a big tournament for this trio. Good news is they're looking healthy going into this first game, so hopefully we can start off with a good performance.
the big thing to remember about Trulex, though, is that he's the sort of guy where you might not necessarily see him, wow, hold that thought, though. Whereas getting active for a second there with the kill switches. Okay, we see you. Good recovery. They definitely needed that surge after the early spill experience with Akira at the starting point. But yeah, that's a great opener for trying to establish a little bit of dominance in case they're looking to play Island here.
Big fan favorite, Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap. You know, when you get kind of the luxury of the zones pulling towards your POI, I mean, Savage is a northwest completely, but it's not as far as a rotate compared to some of the trios, so good job recycling the surge bases and kind of using it to capitalize on these trios that are rotating on in. Even being on a bit more of a congested side is going to open them up for more opportunities to land those shots.
We've got to take a little peek, though, into what's been developing with Pink, Nebs, and Kierto. A little bit of traffic starting to pool here into Crime City. Kierto, Pink, Nebs, just getting one of the buildings, clearing out space for themselves. They're 638 above that surge damage threshold, so they're not really feeling super pressure just yet, but probably would like to get a nice little refresh here. Same thing that Lixium currently hunting down. Cantry, he's just been going through the ringer from the starting point of this match, and things are not slowing down. Cantry nearly turns it in his favor, but Lixium will hold strong, and that is a big come up. Gotta keep in mind, one of our fresher teams to an FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals, and a big starting point for getting your name out there is just being able to win your trades and make them clean in the process.
What you love to see, though, it's a good way to set yourself up. I mean, it's 12 long matches. 6 are going to be played out today, 6 tomorrow. So if you're able to kick things off strong with a solid match, it's definitely kind of going to boost your momentum and mentality going forward. So it's what you love to see for one of the more fresh trios like you mentioned. As we can see kind of how Mr. Savage, Chap, and Reason's surge strategy paid off, being 1.5k above the threshold. Payson, Haris, Chicho, a trio that's already qualified for the Global Championship, also done an amazing job in terms of damage.
I know one thing overheard Savage kind of talking about a little bit earlier on. He's having a little chat with Motor, who I'm sure Bear Army is definitely watch partying, viewing, showing some support and mad love, but I get it. It's just that so many players talk about how they have strats cooking. Savage was one of them. Savage was saying, look, I got something crazy in the works here. So I love the fact that we're getting these quick little checkups, kind of see when that feast is going to actually come into play. But until that time, we'll just see what happens with Veno, Flixie, and Vico. Again, another huge powerhouse team here in EU that has the spotlight on them.
Showing the experience in terms of the damage that all these trios we've looked at having. But now it all comes down to the most important parts of the match. So the most placement can be acquired, the most amount of eliminations tend to come through. It's setting yourself up for this moment. That's the whole point of the early game. Get a good position, get enough loot, and some trios to make something happen here. A trio that's not as healthy, 389 above, should still be enough for now, but even with 4 eliminations, they're going to have to keep an eye out.
Kemi knows better, though. He doesn't want to just try and dive straight into the heart of that Southside Crime City, just way too much congestion building. But they have pulled a really perfect zone, and they are more than content to just stay put here, Takada. They're just going to find optimal, a little bit of elevation here, a little bit of a pivot, switch things up, but Flixie, Vico, Veno, Belusi underneath them with hardly any HP to work with. He's just doing everything he can to survive, but his time has cut short. It's Veno, Flixie, Vico, big developments there.
Nice quick pickup. You can see how quickly the threshold can change. They were 1.4 above, and now they're only 500 above. Merstash, though, be careful! He's dropped down on the floor, gets knocked. Queasy is going to fall shortly after. One of our top contenders. 2 of the star players already down before the endgame has even begun.
That lobby focus is just a different beast entirely. As if worrying about your surge damage wasn't enough. when you just have every single team in the lobby, it feels like, shooting your direction. Naturally, some losses are probably going to occur here. Pablo, for Doxy, though, they might be looking for height.
And we have a trio, as you saw in the quick stat, who can take a single tick of damage in the Major 2 finals. Now just 300 above. It shows how difficult this specific Major finals actually is, what level of competition we're seeing. I actually see Mr. Savage, Shab, and Reason in the most elevated position so far. Sado down below, though, doing what they can for a quick triple spray. Gonna drop down. Very, but is it gonna be enough for the knock? It is. Look at the amount of eliminations that this trio already has, Taco.
Smart there, though, using that unstable. You like to pull them in closer so they don't have to actually expose themselves. Jumping into the other box for the body loot. Good heads-up play. And Sado, Karma, Splig. Hey. For right now, Takada, that little bit of a refresh, leaving them with ample amount of materials, they're going to have the ability to just prioritize exclusively on positioning. And that's really the big heads-up moment here that we're trying to keep an eye out for, is who's actually going to take over the control on front side, because great minds think alike. We're seeing Veno, we're seeing Tayson at that front side low currently, but Reason, Chap, Savage, height is their primary interest, because they know what kind of advantages height can provide.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just great minds think alike, it's are you set up enough to do what the ideal situation might permit. It's all about having, like you said, enough materials, enough loot to kind of commit to certain plays depending on the zone. And when you get those refreshes, it really just put you in a position where you're able to capitalize on that. But being 10 below, Vico, Veno, Flixie now going to choose to just try and find any connection possible. Having already rotated front side, they can look back at these trios. We're a little late to the party, take a few shots, but pressure could come through.
Just trying to be careful, and it's sure it's about getting Surge online. Pause on that, though. Trouble has definitely struck here for Savage and Chap. Reason eliminated, leaving them as a duo now to try and contest all these other healthy trios, but not everybody's healthy. But not everybody is in iDrop, Cammy, and Hottie's position here, Takada. This is just looking like they started their setup in the last zone, and they're just keeping the flow rolling for Doxy. Big shutdown there from iDrop. You give him the Mythic DMR, those are the kinds of plays you want to see happen.
Taking down one of the top competitors. Who would have thought, if we look back in Major 2, that Cammy, iDrop, and Chari would be on height game 1 of the Major 3 finals? From a newly formed trio to qualifying through the last chance qualifier, and now prime position, first moving zone in game 1 here. Flixie, Veno on the other hand have already lost their teammate.
It's another just big blow to some of our top favorite teams, but Flixie looking to take whatever advantages he can, just trying to get some pot shots into players skirting by, looking for those open-ended rotations. They can at least play off these dash charges from the dash sprite, but overhead, Hottie, iDrop, Cammy, just continuing to tarp out. They have total control of the high ground for right now, and I just keep thinking back, Takada, to what height might look like if Queasy was still in this lobby. But his team was injured earlier on. Veno, Flixie, they're trying to make something happen. They know that Tayson's under a lot of duress here. They're trying to add to it, but you've also got to keep track of what's taking place on your back tarp. And Veno trying to see if he can maybe play for the pre-edit. He's just looking to take advantage of spraying, pressuring teams, because he needs to surge more than anything, and they just keep barely pushing themselves over the cusp of that surge damage threshold. But will it be enough? They're going to have to use the Medimus now and just play through backside.
Armor down. It's Veno and Flixie as a duo. You can see Sado's trio had 10 eliminations, and they were still below Surge in the 10th zone. It didn't matter, they had double digits. Veno, Flixie somehow still holding on. Good amount of mats left, but it's all wood. They're gonna have to find a potential refresh soon. Cammy, Ari, iDrop from the far zone pull. They have to be running quite low on materials. Mr. Savage is a solo as well. Sado as a solo, he's somehow kept up. The big pot gonna be used, but now it's riding the wave and playing it slow.
Savage is just doing everything he can think of to buy himself a little bit more time. Hopefully that's going to be enough to be the difference between one placement and the next. Savage is just forced to continue using out the last little bits fully exposed. Zero builds left to his name. He's going to take a tumble here. Waited out for game 2, but Sato still rocking it as a solo. Immediately put down, though, the moment that he tries to layer switch down to the ultimate low.
Raining bullets from above. Chari, Cammy still holding strong. Tayson's gonna lose her wrist, though. All up to Chicho now, and Tayson is a duo. Good news is they have enough heals. Bad news is not a lot of time. Flixie, Veno, they're still holding on. They're still doing it. The issue is, I think their second height, the pressure's not stopping from Cammy. They know that they have to keep pushing them down lower and lower. They want them to fight the trios down low, and with materials running low, it's gonna have to happen soon.
Nobody has any mats to work with unless you're Cammy, Hottie, and everyone else in the low ground just so stuck, tumbling over each other. Skavi, Teeny, Trulex trying to see if they can get away from being smothered, but Hottie, I drop Candy.
Yeah, where's Mr. Savage? Did Mr. Savage die or what? Did Mr. Savage die? Where's Mr. Savage, y'all? Damn! But Pazer keep cleaning the lobby. 3. But Pazer have no match. He have 0 match, chat. Is he gonna win this? But he fighting Jug 150. Who's gonna win? We got Kimmy on the high ground. We got Vino by himself, but he's gonna fall down right here. 200 Paul. I drop Kimmy and Chari might be the first winner of the game 1. Shit, I'm poopy, Dad. We got I drop. Tell Nathan. Nathan went down, but I drop. Went down. We got Cherry. Kimmy. Oh. Kimmy might be the first winner for today. It's Kimmy and Cherry and congratulations, man. Game number 1. Kimmy win the first one.
Spot in the major finals, and despite being contested, Cammy, Hari, and iDrop were able to secure a 14 elimination victory royale in the first game of the EU Major 3 finals. What a way to kick off this tournament.
It's also just the fact there that we saw Seti, Epco, and Panzer in the mix there, Takada. Who would have thought that this is where we would be right now? But even taking a look back to the success that Cammy's trio had in game 1, so much of it needs to be credited towards iDrop. He was just getting so fraggy in these lower layers, finding every single refresh, everything that he could possibly do to thin out the lobby to ensure that Cammy would have the best odds at success for the heal-off.
I want to know how many eliminations they were able to pick up in those final moments, and there's 3 beautiful faces that can break it down for us. So Frankie, take it away.
Quick maths. 13 eliminations for Cammy's trio. They set out their stall in this final early, just as they did the high ground boys. That mask for Mr. Cross establishing themselves and holding onto it until the victory royale, Evan.
And it wasn't an easy game of pools, right? It's not like Zone just kept pulling back and they could stay up on their old bills. At times, Zone was pulling far and they just held on to it. Such good pressure. Anybody that could have been a threat with some of these zones was just eliminated through relentless spray. They did so well there, Minnie.
Yeah, this is just an experienced performance throughout, really. Nobody could even look up at height. Of course, we don't have the likes of Queasy in the lobby, so maybe things have been a little bit different if he was, but the way that they played his high ground was absolutely perfect. You could almost replace the 3 names with Vanya's team, and we would have said the exact same thing. It's a very Vanya-esque performance, taking it nice and early. And I have to mention iDrop. What a performance from him right there. We've spoken about it previously, Levin, about how iDrop performs very well leading up to major finals, and then when it comes to the major finals, he isn't quite at that level. Hopefully now, this is a sign of things to come.
Yeah, I think the big thing for him, right, is that in this trio, in previous trios when we've looked at iDrop, there's obviously been more of a burden on him to hold the responsibility. And I know it's something he struggled with even earlier this year when he was playing with iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, and it was, you know, everyone was saying they're, you know, favorites, they can do really good. And he struggled, right? And I know he had spoken to some other top pros being like, I didn't actually know how to call some of those mid-games with Surge. I didn't know what to do. In this trio, though, when you've got Cammy, you've got the help of BloodX, you know, in your core, being able to make decisions for you, it takes that burden off. He can focus on playing this game. He can focus on fragging out like he did in that end game, and we get to see the result of it.
3 individuals who didn't have the best start to Chapter 6 are now thriving, but can it continue? Let's have a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be discussing the rest of the lobby.
Jack, Kemi's team looks scary for today, but they will get number 1. Man, who's going to win game number 2? I think Vico, Vino, and Flixie might win game number 2. Or if they just like have a stay together, all that, and don't go for the fight, all that, stay together. But man, Vino, Flixie, and Vico, they're the scary team. They're the scary team. But game number 2 might be like some other team. But I dropped Kemi and Sadie. I dropped Kemi and Cherry. They're playing good right now. Go for the high ground. Man, if Mr. Savage go for the high ground, he might win this. So all you gotta do is go for the high ground. Cherry, if you have a high ground, you basically like win that shit. If you don't die, if you stay high, don't die. But Ferdoxy might win too. Pablo Chino and Ferdoxy, they might win. That's my prediction. I think Ferdoxy, Vino, Vico, and Flixie might win this. But yeah, tonight is gonna be NA Central. We gonna have Peterbot, Clicks. Let's see. Wait, Pollo. Who's next? Wait, who? I don't know, man. All I know is Peterbot, Clicks, Pollo. Pollo's domain. Peterbot. Where Peterbot gonna drop? I don't fucking know. Clicks, Supernova Academy. Man, tonight is gonna be crazy on NA. We have the biggest pro player. It's gonna be fun. We got Peterbot, Pollo, Clicks. Man, I can't wait for NA, man. NA is at 5 or 7. But yeah, I'll be live on NA too. Y'all know I got y'all. I'm never gonna let y'all down. I'm gonna do it NA. But tomorrow I cannot do any EU. Day 2, I cannot do any EU. But I can do it day 1 tomorrow. Maybe I can do it on NA. Maybe I will live on NA, but not EU. Because, you know, I got something to do. I gotta go to church, all that shit. But yeah, I only can do NA tomorrow. NA tomorrow. But today, I'm gonna do NA and EU. NA and EU. So yeah, I will be live on YouTube. If I have nothing to do, I will sit in my chair for 2 hours, 3 hours. I don't care. I will be live for 2 hours or 1 hour. So this is game number 2. So yeah, it's only 6 games today and 6 games tomorrow. 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. And tomorrow, whoever first place win the FSCS. That's how it is. If you're second, you don't win FSCS. If you first, you win FSCS. Sadie, Falcon, Jocko, and Panzer was going crazy this game. Number 1. And then Nathan and first was going crazy too, but we got first, second, third, fourth, fifth place. Damn, Vico, Veno, and Flexi top 6. Where Mr. Savage, y'all? Wait. Where Mr. Savage? I'm confused. Where Mr. Savage? Like what? Where Mr. Savage? So yeah, we got live event. Live event is at 2 p.m. I will, yeah.
We use that, or they use that experience that Panzer and Seti would have from playing this sort of position previously to do so well, finding so many eliminations as well, Evan. A really nice performance in the end, of course, third place, not getting into that top 2, but they'll be really happy with that start.
I mean, it was looking like the script was going to come through and it was going to be Seti's trio head-to-head clash in the final moments, which would have been nice, and maybe we will still get that at some point today. But again, a really great account of themselves here in this first game. Two teams in Seti's trio and in Cammy's trio who are both teams that are looking for a global spot, and they start off with great intentions. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the both of them.
There are two trios that a computer might have predicted to make it to the end game of Game 1, but didn't. And if you cast your minds back to start of Game 1, we saw a rather dramatic showdown over at Demon's Domain. I don't think Queasy was expecting Malabuka to come his way, Levin.
You know
No
what?
one was.
I mean, we certainly weren't, but at the same time, I wouldn't count it out for Queasy to have, right? You know, I know Queasy very well, and I know he can be a bit of an overthinker at times, and I'm sure this is something he would have thought about. So, look, whether or not he was prepared for it, Mini, it doesn't matter, because they were prepared in the game, right? They dealt with them off spawn swiftly. They made quick work of them, and they showcased maybe why Malabuka's trio shouldn't have landed here, because I feel like if you're going to make that decision, Mini, right? If you're thinking, okay, cool, we're going to tell them we're going to lead, then we're just going to surprise con them. Game 1. Not even just like a random point of day. Game 1. You can't win. You can't come out and then just not win. You've got to make sure you are on point for that sport.
And I was so surprised at that as well. This isn't like they're just landing at a completely new drop spot they haven't been landing at all season. They've been practicing this drop. They've been learning it so well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do next now. Are they going to continue landing at Demon's Domain? Will we see them at Utopia City? Will we see them going anywhere? Who knows?
Well, we're going to find out right now with Game 2. Let's head back to Taco and Takata.
Doubt the only thing that they want to see is finding themselves eliminated early. It's tough out there, the Takata. Anything and everything could take place because everyone is trying to find those final seats for the Global Championship Battle Bus.
That they are. An eventful Game 1 from the kind of surprise comeback at Demons to literally having Cammy and Seti together, not as teammates, but touching each other on the leaderboard in first and second place. This is a way to kick things off, and we're ready for game number
2. Everybody's kind of had their chance to figure out what's the pacing going to be like, because it's one thing to play through the group stage, it's one thing to play through the open quals phase and all that good stuff to Kata, but it's another demon entirely when you are dealing with a set lobby in a major grand finals.
I'm excited to see what happens here. Game 2, things are obviously going to change up, but not at Demon's Domain, as once again we have the Titans clashing.
Okay, but this could be the revenge to a moment. King gonna be the first one to touch down. Mustache immediately bails. It's gonna be the underbelly here at Demon's Domain that they're gonna look to try and take over now. Malabuka just clearing out some line of sights. Swizzy, another member of Queasy's team, just forced to scurry off, but with the top of the building being fully locked down by Malabuka's team, we might see things even out here, Takata. They need to strike back. They need to come up big here because they need to play out a game. But it might not happen.
No way.
But Ping actually closes this one up. Only has one build. Trying to play last minute for the revive. It's just not going to be a possibility here. Mustache holds strong at Demon's Domain. Possibly even getting a little bit of indirect help out of the bots here at Demon's Domain. But Regardless, the outcome is all the same. Queasy's team with the 2-0 blow to Malabuca's trio.
Are you kidding me, Swizzy? How do they let that happen? It was literally a 1v3 in that box, and Swizzy somehow takes out 2. Finishing up the fight with Merstash shortly after. It was not looking like they were going to be able to close this out, but we can see from Swizzy's palm, not missing a single shot, 3 clean connects, and that was enough to go from, I would say, not even like, it was a clear disadvantage to winning the fight 2-0 now. What a way to kick things off.
Other teams, though, not necessarily having the same level of success. Hadi does have 1 elimination so far for Cammy's team, but damage has clearly been dealt from across the way at Shining Span. Rax and Zangi, they also have the same intentions, just going to play for this reboot ban. Shield Bubble should be enough. Hydrop and Hadi not really willing to try and cross that bridge just yet, but whatever reboot they decide to opt for, they do have enough time at least to maybe just try and be a little bit of a nuisance. Thought they were going to maybe try and exchange some tags there onto Belusi when he was touching down. Instead, both these teams have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement. You know, your guy comes back, our guy too, and we'll just see what happens next.
We'll go from there, right? So it's a little intimidating when your opposing trio just won the last match and is now first place on the leaderboard, but it's going to be tough. We'll see how things play out, but with 12 matches being contested, it's hard to keep up the consistency yet. It's definitely possible. Sato split Kano to replay to how they kick things off this match. Quick eliminations. Clown is... you know, at that point...
It's over. It's wrapped. It's fine. He was just hoping that the podcast wasn't going to catch it, maybe, but big Demus Darm, they're trying to catch some eliminations themselves. They're not looking to waste time any longer. Darm with a big chunk out of Dandabuza's HP. The recovery tour, though, out of Howley. That's some really nice supportive measures there to make sure that Dandabuzo could actually get out of the thick of that action. But now, Physics, Dandabuzo, a little bit smothered here. Picks Demus Darm, looking rather healthy. They don't have any material here, though, Takada, so it's largely just Demus that's had the chance to farm up a little bit. These buildings are just being shredded through. Utopia, Physics, Dandabuzo, Howley, they're all just holding fast, though. They don't want to budge. Demus Darm and Pix know that they're directly underneath them, but both of these teams just kind of recognizing the fact that we need material. We can't continue this fight.
They also have to kind of finish it up quickly, though, on the opposing end, because they saw what happened in Game 1 after they took too long. Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino once again doing what they can with the pump power aggression. Chino has to be careful. He has been fully cracked. Pablo connects, or actually takes a big hit. Prodoxy's the only one with full shield, full HP now. Of course, will be on the aggressive end. They know that the potential third party could come through. Fred got knocked by Hero in the last match, and it's very likely that they're looking over here once again.
Prodoxy wants to clean this fight up, though. And with Pablo on the other end, Finchek just kind of trapped between the two. But he'll be able to make it back. The rest of his team, Fredaj and Cantry, kind of recognizing just how much pressure. They are being pressed by Prodoxy's team. 2 lobbies in a row here at Takada. And sure, you might initially be uncontested at Palm Power, but is it really considered uncon when Prodoxy's team is going to be this quick about getting a move on to rotate into your area and try to essentially take over your turf? That's really what it's boiling down to here, because Cantry, Finchek, Fredaj, they're only farming what Prodoxy's team is letting them farm, basically.
I saw on the feed as well, Demus has gone down. It's like Utopia City fight. It's getting a bit messy as Panzer gets knocked, but like you mentioned earlier, if you get knocked on these search bases, it isn't too much of an issue, but looking at the Utopia City fight, Demus fully eliminated, Pix with an elimination, now 2. It seems to be a 2 versus 1, and Howley is not healthy.
But Darm and Pix, they know too much of their endgame success depends on being a fully intact trio. They're just going to make an immediate play for the reboot ban. They know they've got the one-man advantage over Howley, so even though he'll have the chance to heal up, bringing back Venus is going to be a much bigger impact here. And now they can look to fully try and shut down the remains of the Ndabuzer's trio. A lone Howley just kind of running off into the distance, trying to create a little bit of space here. Whether he gets chased by some of Poland's finest, can't be too sure just yet, but at the same time, it's not like he has anywhere safe to run to.
See a quick replay of what exactly went down. They actually ended up to turn that fight around. It was a 3 versus 2, but huge shots connected by Pix and Darm to bring that fight back. As we head on over to Robin, Kylie, and Timu. I also, going back to that quick stat, that in the last 2 majors, last chance qualifier teams placed top 3 in the finals, which why that is the fuel from having qualified for a last chance. Must do something, especially seeing what happened today with Cammy's first win. But let's see if Robin, Timu, and Kylie can get a little sneak attack here on Mixin.
Focus doesn't seem to have any idea of what awaits behind him. They're just anticipating that this is going to be a freebie, fire take, of anything. But Focus, even when he turns around, it's to try and deal with the Spire. But he still needs to, look out overhead.
Oh my god.
Timu, Kylie, and Robin, though, they've got to be real careful that they don't accidentally get themselves revealed here. You can see this build-up has just been brewing. Kylie wants to find these opening shots. They're trying to get into the perfect position for that 3-2-1 collapse, and Mixin with 0 ways of being able to figure out what exactly has been solidifying behind him. He just gets immediately pounced on the moment that he runs center stage here. Robin, Timu, Kylie, they strike first at Shogun Solitude. That sneak strat paying off hugely as they've now got a little bit of leverage here. 3 versus 2.
It didn't even last a second. That's now Upple and Focus gotta think, okay.
Taking all the loot too.
Yeah, what should we do now? We just got robbed in 4K as Cammy, Ari, and iDrop are looking to do the same thing. With the strategy of the Surge bases, now the counter strategy slowly come through. The sneak attacks, you can't repeat the same thing over and over again and not expect to get punished for it.
Everyone has just been so conditioned to where they can look for early Surge exchanges that now the last thing they'd ever anticipate is a fresh trio pulling up directly behind them. Oh, and just overhead, Asul, he's gonna be the first one to get spotted. Cammy connects. Asul immediately put down by Huddy. Fletches and Velry just running for the hills here, Takada. So much damage having already been done, though. And Cammy's team, they are not done yet. They are willing to chase this one into the void.
3-2-1 peekaboo as Cammy, Ari, iDrop now trying to finish things off. And the 3v2 issue is Pix is close by. With the third party close by, they might not want to fully commit to this one, but that must have been a jump scare and a half for Very and his trio.
I mean, Velry and Etchless, they've got nowhere to run to. They know fully well that Pix's trio is locked into their current position, and Cammy, he could try to give a little bit of pushback here, but with his shields now having to spend a little bit of time healing up. And Darm, Pix, just menaces from inside the bush, making things so difficult for Cammy's team to want to continue that chase down. So Velry, Etchless are going to be bailed out for right now, but they still have to deal with a team in front and a team behind. And Prodoxy's team are a prime example of what it looks like when you have nowhere left to run.
A lot of sneak attacks coming through here in the second match. A lot of 3-2-1 shows the coordination. Vico, Venom, Flixie now are landing on contested boxcars. They're going to begin with their rotate. They've gotten their surge. They've done their damage following the meta, and now they can focus a bit more on that rotate.
But it's obvious that some of these teams are going to have to break out of the routines that they have been building up in hopes of having a strong performance here in the Major 3 Grand Finals. But you're going to have players like the Cammys, like the Venos, constantly thinking of how do we beat these kinds of strategies. And something also that Coach Harry even kind of referenced, it's not about trying to, you know, make a team copy what other good teams are doing. You want to see how they can build their own meta. And I think that that's exactly what we're witnessing with some of these sneak plays onto the surge bases. The team's just learning where others like to kind of set up at. And VOD review is always going to play a big part heading into day 2 here, too.
100%. Where you're going to see that happen, it's not in scrims leading up to the finals, it's on the day of the event. Don't want to kind of leak these routes, these strategies that they've been prepping for. This team who's gone down, Uppel now doing what he can to go up against Kylie and Robin. We saw how the 3-2-1 came through, but now I'm not even sure if they're going to chase this one down.
The real issue I'm seeing, Takata, is that they were the ones that had the initial jump here and showed solitude.
engagement. I don't think either one of them is going to come out on top, even if they end up securing the elims.
These are both just teams that ultimately dwindled out here because they encountered too many difficulties in those off-spawn scenarios. But Xtratus is at least going to make sure that Dendabuzo goes out with him. You're playing this far into the storm. High odds that they were both looking for those reboots. And sometimes just the way the cookie crumbles. Sledges just doing what he can, see if he can buy himself some time. But it's going to take everything for him to make it into zone from this position.
Yeah, I mean, the medkits, the minis, they'll be able to survive a little bit, but I mean, reboot has to come through, rotate has to come through, surge is still hitting. It is just not gonna be.
It's just even if he gets the reboot off again, it doesn't. Naturally, it's just gonna be tough, man. You just have so much surge working against you, and it just keeps ramping up. Tayson, Chicho, Atris. Already taking a peek sees at Cammy way overhead. Nice little elevated position, boxed up, gonna be difficult. Tayson knows he can't just directly tackle that fixated spot that Cammy has taken over. This is not the position you would want to see Pink in if he is your hopes for making it to that global qual spot, but you can still try and get a little bit more time, a little bit of placements maybe. We're nearly to the point of being able to potentially turn this around. It's just a tough break, but Pink is an experienced player. He's been in this kind of scenario before. He'll figure out a way to try and adapt and overcome.
Yeah, Coach Harry says they gotta get back to the roots and hit that consistency out, but speaking about consistency, Mr. Savage has gone down. Marius gonna pick up Reason shortly after, and Chap is gonna fall as well. Hyper Julie gonna capitalize on that loot, but pressure still coming through. Pixie, Vanya, Marius leading the pack in terms of kind of the computer prediction going into today, but things changed by the match. 46 points on the board. Demons Domain zone pull. We'll see how this ends up.
The real problem is all these teams are kind of stuck at the base of Demon's Domain Mountainside. Vico, Veno, Flixie, trying to see if they can take advantage of it. Got a great field of view over the lobby currently, but Pink still looking to try and play a little bit of a spoiler there. Got a nice tag onto Medius, but he is still sitting 2 below. He does have a handful of small shield potions to work with. Some pinpoint accuracy, also gonna buy him a little bit more time, but this is getting so messy for a lot of these teams here, Takada.
It's literally the battle of Surge. Veno's trio going against Pink right now for who can be above that threshold. Pink somehow connecting shots from afar, but you cannot miss these shots, Pink. It's everything as Veno's team has overtaken the Surge, but now with the next hit coming through, both trios have gone below, applying even more pressure over 100. Good news for Veno, though, is he has this whole trio to help him out.
It's part of the when you're playing these early dead side rotates, keeping track of the surge thresholds. But for Pink, he's playing a different game entirely. He's a solo, just looking to get active. Pablo Wingo might be on the receiving end of it, but no, he gets shut down. Vico, Veno, Flixie inside, low ground. And Veno, unfortunately, can no longer join Vico and Flixie on this endeavor. It's going to be down to the rest of his team to try and make something happen here. But the Surge Ticks are just destroying their HP. Flixie cannot afford another one. And just like that, barely elevating themselves above the Surge damage threshold, they found a moment of relief. But it's all so temporary and short-lived here, Takada, because they still have to press forward. They still got to find a way to recuperate their HP. And for Flixie, that's just not going to be in the conversation any longer. He's been fully knocked. Whether or not the team's going to be able to key into his box is another conversation entirely. Vico doing what he can to try and hold, but he knows he has to forfeit it. Skvi, True Lights, Teeny, just entirely too healthy to deal with. Vico is trying to see if he can get a good tag in on the side here, and True Legs will unfortunately lose a good chunk of his AP for that, but Vico is still a solo. He has a good amount of builds on Takada. He could look to just play through the backside and maybe catch an unsuspecting straggler.
Back-to-back games where Vico Venoflixi have had trouble with Surge. They're so used to fighting for Surge, but with a majority of the other teams just capitalizing on that Surge meta, it makes it that much more difficult for them, even if they get enough damage early on. It's just not enough in the end, as Vico's forced to do anything he can to get a little bit more points for his trio. They clutched it up as a duo in the last match, despite the difficulties. And you were talking about it, Taco. What if Queasy and his trio were up in game 1? Well, now you can see it here in game 2. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy up in the clouds, looking to close out Height.
It's definitely a more traditional sense here, but also for Pixie Medios and Vanya, they've been trying to set themselves up for their own position of success. Starts with big frags onto players like Taysom, but Queasy, Merstash immediately getting a move towards the next frontside Height. They want to ensure that nobody has an opportunity to try and press them just yet. Looking to spray down. Head on a swivel behavior, and Swizzy, Merstash, they are looking to be the cutoff range for these teams trying to work through secondary Height. Hydra, Potty, they don't have Cammy any longer, so trying to overtake Height might be out of the intentions here, but they can still look to play through that secondary Height, still look to play off of the side of the mountain face and not get caught in all of this traffic. And Vico still barely, he is hurt, but he is making it work. Takada.
9 seconds left till Zone starts picking. Beacon goes down though as iDrop, Pari forced to play out of the duo, get as many points as possible when Zones have the danger of pulling once again up a mountain. You have to be prepared for the worst, and the worst is exactly what happened as Zone pulls even further up. All these players down below forced to use every last material they have to make it up to the zone. Some going around, but for Swizzy, Merstash, and Queasy, it's a blessing for them on Height. The number 1 trio goes down. Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy looking to close the gap on the leaderboard, but you gotta be careful. That second place trio, it's Seti, it's Yapko, it's Panzer. They're still up, and they're looking strong.
And they're looking to try and just keep clearing out teams that are forced to drop into their lair, essentially. But Pixie, Marias, Vanya, they're also looking to try and see if they can maybe overtake the front side of zone. They know that there are so many teams on each side of them, but Nathan, Ferdoxy, just running directly into the crossfire here. It's so hard when you're trying to scramble your way up this mountain face, so teams that are able to cement themselves early on, they just have the slightest advantage. But Trulex V and Teeny, with the IGL shot call of a lifetime, they're just gonna run directly through the tunnel. They're saving so much material here. They're getting a chance to refarm. Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, that might be the final that they'll have to deal with later on here. But right now, it's all down to Panzer. Scratch that. Yapko, Seti, they're the ones who are gonna have to come up big here for their team. And now Yapko, solo clutch position. How many more placements can he truly attain here? And he's just hoping to stay out of sight, out of mind. But it's not going to be enough, because you can never escape where Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash are at. Just looking down, relentless towards the low ground teams.
They got the best zones possible. If any trio's gonna capitalize on it, it's them. And now they know their opponents are low on mats. They're bound to be low on HP. If there's any time you want to get fraggy with it, it's right now, as Swizzy's decided to drop low. Merstash shortly behind him, looking to see if they can pick up these last few eliminations. Just 3 trios are still up, but Merstash, big pump coming through. Works goes down to fall damage. Queasy forced to drop and support his teammate Akira, trying to escape with the potential heal off as Yapko has made it back into the zone, but he quickly picks up Akira. 2 trios left, and now seems to be a 2 versus 1. Swizzy looking to close this game out. He connects the initial shots. He gets dropped, but Queasy with the quick pump is gonna clean it up.
Okay, Yapko, I'm starting to see why NA puts so much respect on your name, bud. But hey, kudos to Queasy. Great heads-up positioning there. He knew he just had to lock in that last shot. He wasn't gonna leave Swizzy hanging by any means, but a great effort out of Yapko at the end there.
It's crazy to think about that at the start of this match, Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy were about to get eliminated off spawn, but Swizzy was able to clutch up the 2 quick eliminations, and that literally granted them the shot of taking home this second match of the day, pushing them from 18th place to who knows what position now after that victory royale. They aggressively played for the high ground despite getting dropped in that first moving zone, and luckily enough, it kept pulling up the hill, allowed them to not get contested throughout the rest of that late game, and in those final moments, they decided to play a bit extra aggressive, pick up a nice few eliminations, and in the end, Yapko almost was able to make a miracle come through, but Queasy shut that down quickly and gave them that victory royale. That's it for game 2, so let's head back to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you so much. It's hard to believe that Queasy's trio were going to take the victory royale if you cast your mind back to that off-spawn battle where Swizzy pulled off a miraculous 2v1 versus Ping and Wox. And then obviously they're blessed by those mountainous zone pools in the end mini-minor and made the victory royale look effortless.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a tough situation for Malibuca's team. Just, you know, another game 11 where they're trying to make it off spawn. They're trying the same strategy they tried before, and it just didn't quite work out for them. But, I mean, all eyes have to be on Swizzy here.
I mean, how can they not be? They've got to take him down there. Look, I'm all for giving my props to Swizzy because he did phenomenally there. But really, you're pointing fingers. If you're Ping and Wox, you're looking at yourselves in the mirror going, "We've got to win that, right? We really have to win those." And I mean, the rest of the game sort of plays out how I would have expected, right? I actually thought this was what game 1 was going to look like, right? In one of these games where you allow, you know, the team to sort of come through, you beat them off spawn, you go out and win that game, right? Typically, right? That's what you expect from these elite teams. They obviously didn't do that in game 1. Here in game 2, they make it happen in the exact type of fashion we love to see them do it, Lenny.
Yeah, it's a typical Queasy victory royale, really, isn't it? Trying to dominate that high ground, understanding the zones where they could pull, of course, and ended up pulling over that hill. So they had to put themselves in the prime position. And when you're up on height in this position, it's so straightforward. It's just trying to traverse up that hill and make their way up, whereas
Welcome back to the FNCS Europe Major 3 finals. We're 2 games in, and what games they have been. Let's talk about our endgame situation. Just to recap, Swizzy, Queasy, Moustache took game number 2 in style, and they took it from the grasp of Seti, Yapko, and Panzer, a trio that we didn't get to see much of in the group stage because they did qualify via a victory royale, but they're really showing us what they can do now, Levin.
I mean, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. They are rising to the occasion. You know, when we have these major threes every year and there's the teams who we know need to qualify, a lot of the times, a lot of those teams sort of just come through, they skate through, they'll pick up an 8th or a 9th place, and that's enough to get them to globals. Jobs are good, and right, Mini? These guys are not playing that way right now. They're playing like a team who has intentions to win the FNCS. It's all good. We know we can make it to globals. I'm Seti, I'm Panzer, I'm Yapko, 3 players who are globals quality players, absolutely. But we want to win the whole thing.
Yeah, and if you set your sights for that, I mean, you can only go one way, right? Things can only go well. And I think this is a team that does belong at this stage of the, or this point of the leaderboard as well. I think this is a team that we know how good they can be. We know the experience that all of them have. Panzer in particular on the come up as well this year as well. I think this is a position that he should find himself in first place here. I'm really liking the way they're playing as well. Low ground consistency, finding eliminations is whether they can keep it up now.
But Mini, it's crazy. You think about Yapko, he was doing all right on NA Central until last season, and now he's come back and he's starting to look dominant in Europe again.
Yeah,
I think this on their scorecard for this year.
I think it's just a boost of confidence from him, really, going over to NA, performing well, doing that sort of, I think he came sort of like 5th and 8th on NA, maybe a little bit higher as well. He's just doing very well over there, giving himself that confidence back, which I think some veteran players might lose that as they get older and sort of more well-known in the scene and more experienced. So it's nice for him to be up on top.
But let's talk about the amazing performance as well of Saito, Karma, and Svix so far. They had 11 eliminations in their first game. Another strong performance from them here as well, Levin.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Saito might have heard us all, you know, waxing lyrical about Akira's trio, talking about their chance of making it to globals, and he's going, hold on a minute, guys. I've been to a global championship. You're forgetting me when you're talking about the best French players, and, you know, he's been putting on a show for us so far in these first couple games. You know, don't sleep on these guys. Do not sleep on these guys. There's always going to be a team in these majors, I think, that comes through and surprises people with their performances. And I think so far this team is that one. With that being said, Akira's trio did have a really good game and outplaced them, right? But it might be hard to outfrag these guys of how these guys are playing right now. Saito is really popping off, Mini.
Yeah, if you're rooting for the French teams, you'll be really happy with how this has started. A couple of French teams popping off. I mean, these guys in particular having a really good start. I think it just comes down to now their off-spawn situation. How's that going to go? Contestations, team moving in. Are they going to be able to keep up that consistency? That's going to have to be questions they're going to have to answer for the rest of it.
Well, Akira, Karama, and Werex as well, they were appearing in the endgame. It was kind of a blink and you miss it moment, but they were there and they were challenging the top, Mini.
Yeah, better performance from these guys. We didn't see it in the game number 1. We didn't see what we know that these guys can do. It was a 14th with 2 eliminations. That last game, a 3rd with 11 eliminations. So a massive comeback for these guys. And I think that's going to give them a little bit of confidence now. Getting off to a good start in major finals is so important. They didn't have that 11, but they've come back and they have the chops to make it all the way.
Massive, big game. Could have been better as well. I know Kira went down there to 4 damage at the end. It was a tough closing out, but I'm optimistic about these guys ramping up the momentum a bit.
Well, we're going to ramp up the momentum. We've got 4 games left in tonight's lobby. There is everything to play for right now. It's too early to call, but we know now our trios are feeling warmed up. We're starting to see some contenders rise, but everything can change in just a game. So let's head into game number 3.
Look, Frankie, you're speaking about contenders. The top 3 right now, all trios have yet to qualify to the Global Championship. We were looking at predictions. The top 5 had all already qualified, but now our top 3 on the leaderboard have yet to get a spot in the Global Championship, and it is looking strong. 3rd place, you mentioned it. Saito and his trio, one of the French trios looking to represent their country in France. Hopefully at the Global Championship. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves though, Taco, because we're still just going to be getting into game 3 here shortly, and there's 12 full matches to be played out. So let's get right into the next match.
Look, the leaderboard might not be panning out the way that a lot of folks would have expected for the starting point, but it is still day one, and it's very clear that one or two solid pop-off performances could leave you in a much better position to try and play through, settle up some of those issues if you've been having them from day one matches, and figure it out for day two.
I'm all about it, though. I love the rivalry. We've got a sick off spawn at Demon's Domain. Absolute cinema leaderboard with Seti and Cammy in first and second place going head-to-head back and forth. And we're just kicking things off. So let's see if we get a third contestation down at Demons. It's currently 2-0 for Queasy and his trio, and it looks like we are going to get it.
If this is another wash from Malabuka's team, you're going to have to seriously start considering, do we just drop it? But Queasy, he finds the first one onto Watts. Ping, hoping that he can just barely manage to survive, but Swizzy, hot on his heels, looking to chase them all out. Malabuka, he is the only one left standing. One of the fastest off-spawn disputes that we have seen today. And Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, they're all just hunting down where has he, rolled off to. They don't realize that he's still sitting overhead. But there's no shotgun. Maybe this chest can provide it, but it's not a Sentinel pump here. This is not the shotgun that you want for up close and personal against 3 healthy members. Takada.
Yeah, look at their shields. Look at their loadouts. At this point, I'm thinking how to escape, not how to win the 1v3. It's how to get out of here. Where can I hide where they'll never find me? Or what's my exit route? But, I mean, you'd think after Scrims going 5-0 in the way of Queasy, they would have potentially committed to another drop spot. But this could be it. Malabuka now has a chance to take down Merstash. One player to start. How has he not seen him?
So close, but so far away. Malabuka will be spotted out, though, eventually. And now Merstash, friends to enemies. At this point, everyone is fair game, and Queasy's team, for the third time here today, have struck with success at Demon's Domain. This is definitely looking like Queasy's domain right now, though.
That it is. Still a long ways ahead of us, though, Taco. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but the confidence is definitely in the hands of Queasy and his trio. Ahri, Cammy, iDrop. Kind of seen this back and forth at Shining Span now throughout all these matches, but it's been working out for Cammy. Despite them losing that first place spot, they're still in the top end of that leaderboard, so all they got to do is keep it up.
I think one of my favorite parts, though, about watching Cammy kind of play through a competitive environment is knowing that he's going to be one of the few teams that is almost always guaranteed to try and challenge the notorious Queasy for height. We've even seen lobby number 1, that was fully on Cammy. Lobby number 2, Queasy responds back. And now here, lobby 3, first it builds with this dispute here on Shining Span. Good early knock, early elimination from Cammy's team onto Belusi. Definitely gonna pose some issues there.
What's interesting about Karma, Sato, and Splik is, I hate bringing it up again and again, but that computer prediction we did put this trio at less than a 1% chance of winning the tournament, and now they're in third place, looking stronger than ever. Trying to not only claim that spot at the Global Championship, but potentially just win the whole major here. As we look at Paint, Kiro, and Nebs once again, Coach Harry was talking about it. This is a trio that has experience. They've been in Fortnite competitive for a while now, and what Coach Harry was saying is they kind of got to make sure they keep up the consistency in terms of, the roots of Fortnite competitive, not just the specific meta that changes every single season, but the general roots of how to keep the chemistry up, how to do rotates depending on the zones, how to play these early, mid, end games. So hopefully we can see that consistency shine here throughout the 12-day format. And it looks like we might get a sneaky play here from Sato. Frennick has been cracked already. Huge opportunity to strike right now.
Frennick already a little bit frazzled, a little bit distracted. Doesn't even recognize the fact that Sato's ramping directly overhead of him. And Sato just drops down like a hawk from above, but he doesn't find that initial knock. He's still looking to chase it out, though. Frennick just dashing down this mountainside. Sato can't connect at the final shot, and Giras now able to provide a little bit of supportive measures here. And that'll be a full-on disengage, just a miss swing from Sato. Got some good damage at least for the Surge, but could have been so much more.
Should have been at least an elimination, in my opinion, but kind of missed the wall edit there after getting the initial shot. It's all good, though. Bit of damage. Demon Storm picks. Continuing with their fight, but kind of taking it out of Utopia City as Howley, Physics, and Donde are kind of on the run here. How many mats do they have, though? I mean, it's still so early in the match. They can't be that healthy on materials.
Both of these teams have just been consistently holding each other here at Utopia City. Largely, it's been Big Storm and Demus getting the upper hand overall, but Howley, Dendabuzo, Physics has realized we're just not healthy enough. We just don't have enough material. Fall back, create a little bit of a gap between themselves and Big Storm and Demus, but those three are looking to just run them down. Why not key it? They trust in their fragging abilities. And that's something that Rex is going to have to find. Shutting down Eyedrop this early on here at Shining Span. This is disastrous. Poor Cammy. Or at least it could have been if he wasn't able to fly overhead and find a quick little cleanup for himself. Big plays coming out of Cammy. He's definitely got some strong leads for Lobby 3. That's a lot of momentum early on.
Yeah, looking pretty one-sided at the Shining Span so far. Let's take a look at this eventful replay. Reason on his space.
It's always good to get an idea, though, of what's been brewing there for Savage, Reason, and Chap. So many fans are just looking for that team to have a Cinderella story type run. Big Storm and Demus, though, they're ultimately able to finish what they'd started. 3 eliminations now to open things up. And the primary issue has definitely been this off-on battle just drawing out for way too long, but they're actually able to settle things up pretty quickly in this lobby, Takada. We might see them look for a better conversion of mid to end game.
Yeah, I like the looks of this. Start is looking a lot stronger for Demon Storm picks. They're able to quickly finish that fight and not get staggered too long. Now, the thing is they probably almost even forgot how their route looks after getting those quick eliminations since it's been taking so long in the start of this tournament. Porhawa, Kaisers sneaking up, trying to see if they can find an opening here. Not on Finnick again. Not in the same match back to back.
Sometimes it's just tough to catch a break here, but Porhawa, Kaisers, Maciak, they haven't found the true opening just yet, but it's close.
Oh,
Very
no.
near future. Finnick gonna take a little bit of time to heal. But even with those footsteps sounding overhead, Porhawa, Maciak, Kaisers, they've already invested enough time here at Takada. They're willing to just fully commit. They know that this is an isolated player. There's no one coming to save him. They just gotta wait for him to actually roll into them, essentially.
Having a different trio do it too. They just heard him get cracked as well. Trexer in a similar position. Good news is nobody's sneaking up on him so far. Shots from afar is all that's happening. Wow.
Nice little boom battle there for Trexer. Kaisers, Porhawa, Maciak. Finnick was exposed, but it hasn't actually translated into an elimination. Finnick and Giras will fall back one more time. Is now Demus will be the last piece of the puzzle here, and that's going to be enough to fully... It's just an ultimate fizzle out here at Takada. I really thought that we were going to see maybe Porhawa's team look to try and tackle the overhead, but it's just too strong of a position that Finnick and Giras are holding onto right now.
Yeah, what I like about what Giras and Linus was doing is they were on the elevated area, kind of on the mountains surrounding Canyon, so even if Finnick kind of got shot and cracked, they were still able to have the better position to kind of cover him while he was able to build back up. So good job kind of preparing for those moments.
Just waiting for the revive to finish here for X-Force and CZB. Nathan off over yonder, just doing what he can to collect whatever materials, excess loot his team might need. He trusts that CZB and X-Force have the surge locked down, but he might need to go actually give them a helping hand. They are not having a great time with their bloom battles, and sometimes that's just the way it goes.
Is the way it goes. Saw Merstash on the feed go down. I'm wondering what happened there, but Yapko, Seti, Panzer, not too much happening in sight. They're already kind of finished with their earlier game surge base, so now depending on where zone pulls, they'll kind of figure out how they move forwards here.
Okay, Chap and Savage still hanging out at their starting drop point of Resistance base, and they're looking pretty healthy. They're looking like they were able to get off to the start that they wanted. But Reason, he scouted Thiemu, looking to try and play for the reboot ban. It's only a matter of time before he calls Chap and Savage over. That might be a primo chance to acquire even more surge, even more points off the eliminations.
Julie, Ghost, and Hyper close to where Panzer and Astria was by Lone Wolf, but there's actually another full engagement going on. Or a look at Pahara. Gotta be careful down in the snowy section of the map. Quick elimination gonna come through off the split. One of the top trios potentially going down here, unless Sato is able to make magic happen. Two quick knocks, turning this fight around. Pahara now getting a bit nervous, but they have to be careful. A full other trio crouching in.
Sato has absolutely no idea, just too exposed, and Loki immediately punishes him for it with Sanghild by his side, now looking to just fully close in onto the remains of this starting point battle. Karma underneath, thought he could slip by unnoticed, but Loki actually gonna be 180 turned upon here. QB Sanghild now have to settle the score here, and fortunately enough for Loki, his teammates were more than healthy enough to take up that battle, but definitely thwarts their plan. Definitely going to cause them to slow down a little bit here, but it also definitely puts them in a really nice spot lead-wise, Takada.
Yeah, what an unfortunate way for Sato and Astria to go down, though, just having turned around that fight into getting 3-2-1. There's only so much you can do at that point. Reason, Chap, and Mr. Savage are going to pick up Robin and Astria, though. And needed 3 eliminations as they've been struggling a little bit in the first 2 matches. Able to make it into the end game in the first one. Second one didn't quite go their way, but now a little more faith going forwards for the 3rd match.
With the amount of teams that we've seen playing some of these fights in the middle of Storm, Takada, Storm Sickness is a real kind of hovering threat for some of these teams. Right now, though, Ivan, Bifrozi, they're hoping that they can maybe see if their trio is powerful enough to overtake Astros. And they've got them on the ropes here, Takada, but you need to just close things out. You want to find the eliminations and get a move on before the edge of zone has a real chance to fully focus in to where you're trying to rotate through anyway. They can't overstay, and they need this fight desperately. Asul and Inflexus just are not healthy enough to do anything else if they can't find a clear refresh.
It's a perfect opportunity for Cammy to kind of sit on the side of zone, though, and shoot back at them as they attempt to rotate in and finish up their battle here. I mean, the way the meta's kind of playing out puts a lot of these trios in desperate need of damage. We saw in game 1, Sato had 10 eliminations and still were under the surge threshold. So you can never stop looking for tags, never stop looking for damage. If you had an unlucky start of the game where you couldn't follow your surge path, you're put into even more pressure to make something happen before that end game begins. Take Neb's Kiro. I'm looking forward to seeing a big game from this trio. Hopefully this time, if they're able to make it into zone with the loots they have, they can make something happen.
Problem is they're kind of just being sidelined right now by Pigstorm and Demus. Kiro Young Fragger, though, kind of opens up with a big knock onto Pix. Utopia is probably going to continue to be an issue for Pink-Nebs and Kiddo to rotate through, though, knowing that they've got Tarm and Demus essentially kind of maybe trailing them. But at the same time, teams like Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, no interruption so far on their dead side rotate. Takata, it just comes down exclusively to how much surge are they able to acquire, but because of that all-spawn battle at Demon's Domain, it's likely to have them set up to just continue fixating on positioning.
Quite center map zone pull, not only for the island, but just the zone in general. As we can see, a significant amount of trios still in the storm, far away, and one of those trios, Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash, they've done enough damage to play it a bit safer here. As how has this fight not ended? Another one struck out by Perhala after they picked up the quick eliminations onto Zato. Now they're kind of forced into getting stuck in the snow. Low shot getting hit.
Both of these teams, though, under that surge damage threshold, and they have so much ground to cover to even make it into the next edge of zone. This fight might just ultimately be the thorn in the side for both of these teams, no matter who comes out on top here, Takata. But it's always a matter of pride involved in these types of exchanges. For Hala, Macy at Kaisers, we're looking to settle the score right now with Sangil just immediately trying to tackle inside of his box, but Loki from a separate angle entirely. Now back to Perhawa, trying to see if he can overtake height, but across the way, Mistform directly towards QB. He knows that they're hurt, he knows that they're injured, and he knows that he's got Sangil to maybe back him up, but QB, a little bit too ambitious. And that's going to be enough here for Sangil and Loki. They're trying to see if they can sit back, but Perhawa, Macy at Kaisers, they know that this is entirely in their favor now. Up until Kaisers takes too much damage, and Sangil looking to even the score here, but Perhawa on the other end of things finds that last elimination onto Loki. Sangil now trying to see how long can he delay Perhawa and Maciak. Both of these teams have got to get a move on though, Takata.
That's the issue. I mean, normally when you have the height, you kind of have the choice to just disengage and run away, but when you're so far low below the surge threshold, you kind of have to continue the fight despite being so far away from zone and not even knowing if you have a chance to make it back. And with the amount of HP that Perhawa and his teammate have, I mean, even if they end up getting these eliminations, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it back. Sangil doing what he can to hold his ground. 98 shot gonna come through. The knock onto Perhawa, turning it into a 1 versus 1. Another shot connecting as Sangil is looking to close this one out.
Sangil just refuses to fall here, and Maciak, what should have been an easy, tidied up exchange, has now been completely turned on its head. Perhawa's trio has actually fallen. Whether or not Sangil is able to prevail from this point on, Takata, the one thing that is very clear is that if you're gonna step up, you better step correct, because teams are locked in right now. Players are teed up for this grand finals.
I love what I'm seeing here from Reason, Savage, and Chap. They got a very good zone pull. Now they're able to conserve a good amount of mats, but it's all about just opening up angles on the players rotating in. But what happened to Cammy and iDrop? Harry's been left alone, just 70 above. It's Demus Darm Pix right in front of him. Mistform's gonna come into play, but they're gonna know you're a solo if you get seen here. A full trio to your right, there's only so many options you have.
Just drop all hard material possible and base up. Hardy might be able to try and catch a player off guard. At the very least, he can look to just push back, but it appears as though he's drawn a little bit too much attention. Team's kind of recognizing this is a solo operation. This is not a fully healthy team by any means. And Hardy praying that somebody else is there to distract Kurama, Werix, and Akira. But we'll have to sit tight and just wait for his opportunities. It's hard to be proactive when you're a solo in a lobby full of so many trios and even duos.
Yeah, ideally as a solo you want to conserve materials, but you need to kind of overbuild, to not put that focus onto you. Yapko, Seti, and Panzer trying to apply pressure onto Akira on his trio. 277 below. Now they're going to be forced into a bit of panic here as they have to look at multiple directions. The issue is a lot of the trios are already boxed up. They either go for a triple spray onto a wall or look for that late trio rotating in, but 300 is a big number, Taco. They got to connect a lot of shots.
And beggars can't be choosers. They just got to get into somebody's box, and they need to do it expeditiously. They might have found their targets. It's Kurama, Werix, directly underneath them. Panzer trying to see if he can find some sort of angle, a little bit of leverage here to kickstart this battle. But Kurama holding fast. Panzer finally gonna drop, but it's just too much desperation. They're putting themselves in two operative positions. They're getting reckless with their peaks. They are 96 above, and it's still climbing, but losing Seti. Juice might not have been worth the squeeze after all. They're gonna try and see if they can make a play, throwing Seti's box back, but even with the double revive in motion, it's still going to be very difficult for these guys to move forward. They've got to get more damage.
The zone pull to them, though. They got the perfect zone pull. They're now 70 above. All the opponents have to rotate towards them. They just have to take shots onto them. Harry somehow is still up, but with 304 below the threshold. Surge now ticking with just a couple minis left. 5 bandages. You got to hope either we go below the amount of players that have to be up here, or Harry finds a miracle, but the zone pulls in his favor. It's just the timing. It's not looking good.
Unfortunately, sometimes you just have to depend on the lobby to kind of turn in your favor. But bodies are not dropping like flies right now, not at the speed that Hardy needs them to. That's really what he's trying to buy time for, is hoping that the surge threshold is just turned off. But that might not be afforded to him. Just gonna play out what's left of his bandages here, Takada. But I fear we are witnessing the demise of Cammy's last standing member.
Look above. Looks like we have a face-off, a head-to-head potentially. Queasy on the west side, Vanya and his trio on the east side. Depending on where this first moving zone pulls, it could give one of these trios a massive advantage for that high ground, as Hari now, with only 1 bandage left, has a bit of time till Surge starts picking again. It's 5 seconds on the clock until he has to make a move.
Love that Hari is just thieving some Menmis grenade from the other team surrounding him. Veno, Flixie, Vico though, they've got the Surge figured out this match. 259 above, but still looking to keep that number ticking upwards in their favor. Queasy, Murstache, Swizzy, big tag onto Queasy. A little bit unlucky there, but right now they've settled the score. They've taken over the high ground.
I wouldn't say unlucky. They got that first zone pull. Now all they got to do is hold on to it, and if any trio's going to do it, it's them. As now their focus, apply pressure on trios that look like they might want to take it later on. Make sure to conserve a lot of mats on these initial rotates if they end up getting multiple far pulls. Pink on the edge of zone, making his way in. Panzer, Yapko, Seti somehow still up from the potential tragedy that almost just went down in the last zone to now having the full trio up, and Vico, Benno, Blixie looking healthier than ever.
They're just content to stick to the mid-ground for right now, but Veno knows we've got to play through front side instead. And Veno just trying to get a little bit of separation here from the rest of the pack. Doesn't want to get too caught up in any of the congestion that's starting to build towards that backside of zone. Vanya, Medius, Pixie, they want height and they want it now, and they get it, but it does come at a cost. Granted, Queasy also incredibly low. Marius and Pixie going to be able to play defensive measures here. Vanya now healed up more than enough. And the hide overthrow is a success. Marius, Pixie, they get chopped out though. Queasy, one more time, tries to take it over, but Vanya, that's a big spill here. And from Marius and Pixie, they're now left to try and pick up the weight. But with Queasy, Murstache, Swizzy playing through the high ground, it's just not going to be a possibility. They're going to be forced to now just drop ultimate low.
Less than 5 seconds, and Queasy, Swizzy, Murstache were able to take back that high ground, eliminating Vanya to the chop down, as now they're running a bit low on mats, but all they need is 1 or 2 refreshes as they drop down, get a little aggressive with it. Marius down on the mid ground, looking to see what they can do. Mr. Savage, Chap Reason on second height, but the pressure's on them now. Queasy taking shots, trying to get them to drop further. He does not want to get contested again.
Murstache also dropping directly overhead of where Savage's team was at, but Yapko, Panzer, Seti, they've been making statements throughout their first couple of lobbies here today, and they don't have any intentions of slowing down anytime soon here. CZB also hugging towards that backside low, but Veno, Flixie, Vico, spotlight on them. High ground is noticed. Mid ground's not safe. Swizzy's gonna be one of the first to drop here. He's hoping to see if he can get a big refresh, a nice little elimination. Take the loop back up to Queasy, wherever it may come, but Merstash will be the first one to find success here. Hasn't had a chance yet, though, to go grab the body loop, but that was Flixie who went down. Trueleg still sticking it out, backside of zone. Team's just getting trampled in the mid-ground layers.
Marius doing what he can to stay up. Pixie's incredibly low, but the med miss is going to come through alongside that Chug Jug. It's going to be more than enough to keep himself up. Merstash has gone down. Queasy put into shambles, and it's going to be Pixie Marius as a duo. They've overthrown height.
Everything's just gotten a little bit too chaotic now. Swizzy, too much of a mess here, and only one build remains. He'll try to do what he can, but he doesn't have any way to prevent Hype shooting him down. Pixie and Marius as a duo now. Everybody is so hurt down below in these low layers. Vico has fallen. Veno might be next, but first off, Seti, Benzer, Yapko still working through that front side low. Same case scenario here for Savage, Reason, and Chat. This could be their moment. They've managed to chase down Veno. They've completely torn apart this secondary height. It's all down to whether or not they've got enough left in the tank to fully take down Pixie and Marius and also deal with the Titans underneath them. That's Seti's team.
How are they still pushing forwards? Reason, Chap, Savage, they've taken height. So many retakes have came throughout this match, and Marius is going for it again, but he quickly gets shut down. Mr. Savage needs this game. They had a rough first two matches to start off this tournament, but all it takes is one big one with a big shot coming through onto Pixie. Savage is going to go down. It's all up to Reason now, but he has no heals, and Haris is going to end up winning the heal off.
It was just too much at the end to try and pull it through, but we've seen so many of these games be dictated by what resources do players have left by these shambles moments, and I think that Savage's team, though, they did a great job of just holding their own inside that secondary height.
They definitely did. All they needed was a decent match to put them back into potential to qualify into the Global Championships, but even just taking home that first place spot, that's a huge bump up on the leaderboard, but also for Tayson, Chisho, and Haris, they were 16th place going into this match, and consistency is what paid off. They were able to hold on to a good amount of heals. They disengaged when things got the most chaotic, and from downtown, Haris, without a sweat, was able to close out that match with heals to spare. So let's head back over to the desk and see what they got to say.
Thank you very much, guys. That was probably the messiest endgame we've seen so far. So many contenders challenging for the victory royale, but in the end, HRS quietly crept up and knocked out the competition, Levin.
Hey, huge game for this trio, and I feel bad with what I'm about to say, but they're a trio that I feel like easily gets forgotten about here in EU, right? Because they've already qualified to Global, so we're not talking about them as a team that needs to do that, right? And they're not quite a contending team, right? It's not felt that way in terms of performance leading up. People aren't predicting them to come through and win FNCS, and so they sort of just go under the radar. But one thing you cannot deny is that there is quality there, Mini, and they showcased that quality here. Haris with a huge cut staying alive. There was pressure on him, right? Seti's knocking down his door, and he answered incredibly well.
Yeah, really great game for these guys. They only managed to get one elimination before this game, so they've ramped it up a little bit as well. And I remember, I think it was in the group stage we were talking about this team, and they seem to have an off game, and then an on game, and then an off game. So maybe we're going to see a little bit more of that sort of trend right now, getting a really good game in that previous one. Can they continue that? Are they going to maybe have not so good game next game, and then a great one the next? We'll have to wait and see, but they need to try and find some consistency.
They might not have the pressure of qualifying for Leon on their shoulders, but now they've got a taste of success. They're going to be hungry for more. We'll be back in a few.
Alright. I'm watching the FSS on my phone. I'm waiting for the end game and after I will jump in. I promise. So let me play like right there. Let me wait for it. Oh, it's not in game yet. They're just fighting out spawn. Bro. It's not in game yet. Like. Okay. So my mouse don't want to work because. Alright, we're back. We're back. Bro, hello? Yo. Alright, Chad, this is feel great. This is way better. Way better than I used to be yesterday. What the shit, bro? Bro. I can't even hit 90s yet, bro. Fuck, bro. It's like when I build it too fast. Okay, should I just load my shit now? Maybe 85. Bro, what? Like, dude, jump! Hello, can my character fucking jump? Yeah, what the fuck, bro? See how I box very quickly. So let's see. So you go like this, and after I do this, after I do this, after I do this, after I do this. Okay, I box quick. I box quicker. Okay, let me see if I can make this invisible. I might use screw it down for my pickaxe. It's just too far away. Like my risk, it does. Oh my god, I forget my bites. Jared, they're not in the game yet. This is zone. Oh no. It's on Faith. So they're end game, but it's not like for sure right now. Alright, chat, this mine is great for me. Wait, I'm out there. Chat, I'm out there. Chat, my DPI is fast as fuck. This is a slow one. And this is the fast one. A little bit faster. Body there, I'ma beat the booth. He said you worry about again. I'ma beat the booth. This is your body dance. I'ma beat the booth. No, man. Chat. Oh my god. This salmon let me buy his bitch. Burr. Bro, like, dude. I do not like social media at all. Okay, I'm hitting 90s. Alright, chat. Alright, chat, I'm gonna drop in right now. And after that, I will call back. Okay, I'm not on PC, that's why I cannot leave my screen open. Bro. I have an idea. Damn. Bro. My God. Oh my God, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my. I'm about to book this shit. Okay. Never mind, chat. I'm not breaking no more. Now it's like the glitch. Hold on, hold on. Chat, y'all nigga think I'll go break that shit. So you sprint, go up, go down, go up, go down, up, go down, go up, go down, go up. Okay. Look at my 90s, chat. Oh, well. Chat, Suicide Buyer worth it, bro. Money name, I might beat the booth. But that building is slow, bro. Chat, I might get to the game number. I will tell y'all who win game because I'm trying to get better right now. Yeah. I'm so sorry, y'all, for lying all this shit. I'm so fucking sorry. But at the same time, I have to get better. Let me see where can I switch up. Alright, game number 2 is Dennis Frennick. I swear, EU. Okay, you know, let me turn this off. EU Grand Final is kind of boring. It's kind of boring, but yeah, I don't really feel for it. It's just right. This is kind of boring. Like, I'm not even joking, bro. Kind of boring, all this shit. Oh my gosh, Jim. I'm trying to get it better. Shit, I don't know what to do. Okay, how do you reset the build? Alright, chat, I'm gonna do a TikTok. And I'm gonna log off. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm gonna log off. $200. Pero que nada es su buena casa. Alabo a su... $200. Hello. What the fuck? The fuck was that? La la la. W movement type shit. Brr. Brr. Oh my god, bro. Hey, hello? Shit, I don't know how pro do that shit.
I
I'm gonna go back to EU Grand Final. It's like I want to watch something. Oh, this is game 5. Game 5. I missed game 4, but not game 5. It's all good. 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 It's all good, chat. I'm jumping to game number 5. Yeah. Is this game 5? Yeah, it is. What the fuck? I can't see. Bassetti 24. It looks so good. Oh my god, I gotta watch that shit. I gotta watch this shit. I gotta watch it. It looks so good. Check live events at 2 p.m. Oh, Prodoxy and Pablo and Chino win game number 5. Damn. But I will be watching last game though. I will.
Queasy, Pradage. All the while, Prodoxy's team
Prodoxy win.
through the cracks, cleaning house in those low and mid-round layers. And it's just impressive still because they're having to scale their way up the mountain in the process, Takata. But whole team having triple misform makes a big difference.
They've done an amazing job to consistently make it to that top 10, but they've been missing that big match, that massive amount of points to push the Marius standings, but they've finally done it. They now
what?
the highest elimination match of the day, and I'm excited to see where that puts them on the leaderboard. So let's head to the desk to break that down.
I swear I don't touch it, chat.
It was a high-risk, high-reward
Fuck.
game, and that is what we expect from Prodoxy 11. Finally, a
Okay, I'll be
victory
I'll be watching.
Finally, man, we were waiting for a game like this. And
Chat, what the fuck? I'm trying to turn off my controller. Yeah, I'm not what.
game like that will surely kick off the spark.
Yeah, hopefully now that'll allow them to kick on and they can just continue this sort of momentum, because this is exactly what we sort of expected from this trio going into this weekend. The way that they played those mid-ground layers was so good. So many eliminations as well, very reminiscent of what we saw last major as well. And taking height, that late on, that late push for it is exactly how this trio like to play. And now this is going to be huge for them, as Takata mentioned, so many eliminations there for this trio. So I'm really expecting big things now. Hopefully that does wonders for their confidence.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, for a lot of this year, right, when we've talked about firepower in EU, the trio everybody looks at is Vico, Veno, Flixi. These guys came through and they snatched their chain. Just mad disrespect. They said, we are that trio. We are the team that's going to get you the 20 bombs in finals lobbies. Not just any lobbies, in major finals lobbies. What a game. Look, it doesn't even matter if you're not having a good day, because you have a game like that, and I've not seen the leaderboard yet, but I know they're going to be up there. I know they're going to be visible on it after that game. So, again, this is why, you know, when you have talent like this, you just got to let them cook sometimes. Pablo, Chino, Fredoxy, all of them, things clicking. You love to see it.
I'm just absolutely mesmerized by all these endgame eliminations they're getting on top of the ones they already scored in the mid-game. This is what we want to see from Prodoxy's trio, so hopefully more of it after these few moments. I mentioned moments as we went into the break there, and we have got game 6 to make some more before we head into day 2. Let's talk, though, about game 5 first. Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, they knew they needed to up their game in order to challenge for the number 1 spot. And while they didn't get loads of eliminations, we did get to see them make it to second place, Miniminer.
Yeah, mature performance from these guys so far. You know, they haven't necessarily had their best day 11. I don't think they would, I'm sure they would be the first to admit that. But what they've been able to do is consistently make these end games. They haven't been too aggressive with eliminations. They haven't been trying to force any refreshes, any of those sort of late game lunges, if you like. But what they have been able to do, very, very consistent. Marius there clutching up a little bit to get themselves a second place and keeps them in third place.
Oh my goodness. Look at that, man. Look at that. Straight into second place. Bob. Easy.
That's what's going to happen, though, when you get 21 eliminations. Frodoxy's trio there, Levin's referring to going from 6th to 2nd in the blink of an eye, Levin.
That is the highest elimination win we have seen a team get. Not just this year, but joint ever in trios. It's just crazy. And not just in EU, across all regions, in trios, a 21 elimination game is the joint highest. The last time we saw a team get 21 eliminations in a trio FNCS major final was literally Season X in Chapter 1.
Has Frodoxy been watching some Peterbot demos, maybe? Miniminer?
Hey, man.
Maybe. 22 next game is all I want to say. You know, let's try and smash that record. I don't want any of this joint activity, but no, it's a great performance from them, and I want to see more from them now leading into tomorrow as well as the last game.
Well, I wonder if Seti, Harry, and iDrop are going to be feeling threatened at the top of the leaderboard now, because Frodoxy is on their tail, but they're still managing to remain consistent, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, going into this last game, they sit in a great spot. You know, it's funny because I know there's a lot of pros who have their superstitions, like, I don't want to be in first after day 1, you know, stuff like that, right? But ultimately, these guys should be so chuffed with how they perform because, you know, many people didn't expect this. Whether or not they can hold on as the lobby adjusts, right? They've had, you know, their fair share of rough moments throughout the day, Mini. And so, you know, things aren't clear as day, right? We've just seen from how Chino performed. We've seen from how Vanya and Queasy's trios have been able to stay in it. You know, these good teams, come tomorrow, they will find form and they will find their stride. Seti's trio is still a big test for them. They need to keep moving like this.
Yeah, well, for, I mean, Panzer in particular as well, Yapko, this is probably the first sort of time they're going to be in this sort of situation going into day number 2. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that trio develops now. Of course, Seti's been in these situations many times in the past, so it's going to be definitely on him to make sure they stay level-headed, go into this last game with a sort of fresh mind, and into tomorrow as well with the exact same frame of mind. Couple of wobble games now, that's an 11th and then a 9th, so not an ideal performance, but they're staying in it. They're not absolutely crashing and burning, which is really important.
It'll be interesting to see where Queasy's trio goes from here. They're pretty consistent on that leaderboard, sitting in the 4th position. This feels very similar to Major 2 for me now, Levin. I'm just wondering, are they going to be able to step it up again?
It's funny you say that, Frankie, because in Major 2, after day 1, they were in 4th position, right? So you'd be spot on in saying it feels like that, because it is like that. The question will be, unlike Major 2, will they be able to rise on day 2 and become a team that is going to fight till the end to win it? I'd like to hope so, but the question marks lie around the Osborne situation. They've been fine, Osborne. They've been rolling through Malabuka's trio. But does that change tomorrow? Are things going to be the same? If Malabuka's team wakes up and decides, actually, no, we shouldn't troll the rest of the day, we should actually just leave, are they going to be ready for uncontested? Will they have prepared, like Queasy himself had said on social media? So there's still a bunch of question marks, I think, around this team, Mini.
Yeah, I think does that change now going into this 6th game? Will Malabuka try something now to lead into tomorrow? And then, of course, that leaves Queasy's team with a bit of a problem with the lack of surge they're getting off spawn. I'm sure they have the answers to it, but it's definitely going to change for them. And I think in terms of all those teams at the top, that's the situation that's most likely to change going into tomorrow.
Well, we've got 7 more games before we find out who will be wielding the Blade of Champions. And this game really does set the agenda for tomorrow. Some of those trios in the top 10, they have nothing to lose. They just want to play for the win. They're already qualified for Leon. That makes them extremely dangerous. Let's see what damage they do in Game 6.
At the same time, Frankie, all those teams that are looking to try and take over, lock in those last final seats for the Global Championship Battle Bus, it does start here right now, closing things out with a solid finish in Game 6, Takada.
Yeah, I mean, Frankie was talking about the trios outside top 10. We saw what's possible in a single match. 21 eliminations, 8-8-5, either way. Look, it's possible. That's the main thing. We're in the finals, Taco. The skill level here is at an all-time high on the European region. And now going into the last match of the day, 6 more to be played out tomorrow. I'm excited to see how we close things out. Will Demon's Domain still be contested? What changes are we going to see from the trios that have not met expectations? But we don't have to wait long because the battle bus is ready, so let's get right into it.
It's the final match for game day 1 of the Major 3 Grand Finals, and Takada, there has certainly been a competitive standard set across the board. I mean, even looking at how tightly knit our top 3 is currently shaping up. And this is just day 1, but the message has been sent, and Queasy's Domain stands tall. Can't fault Malibuca in the slightest. You give it a swing, it's a miss. Unfortunately, they're gonna have to opt to a different strat, but at least for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache, they are very happy to finally have a chance to see what Demon's Domain looks like uncon. But again, that early search, like you alluded to, Takada, that could be a real problem for them.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's the game plan now. I guess we'll see. They're split up, if I'm not mistaken, so they're doing a bit of a split drop here. Are they gonna push into it? Are they gonna... Yeah, this is bringing up a lot of questions for me.
Going to the outskirts, spiral shoots is definitely a choice. This is, for sure, a competitive strategy that Malibuca might be trying to chef off with his team, but for Wox and Ping, whether or not it was them having the intentions of outright contesting Demons, or maybe they're trying to catch Queasy, Swizzy, Merstache, somebody off guard whenever they try to venture towards that southern section. But right here, right now, Takada, it does seem like some of these early off-spawn battles have just fizzled out. Teams opting to just play for a more neutral territory, not wanting to take their chances with losing and winding up with pretty much no points after day 1.
Yeah, Sato had a very strong start alongside his team, but after some off-spawn, I don't know if I'd call them misplays or just things not quite going their way, they have kind of dropped down quite a bit, but whole other day to come back from it. Ping walks Malibuca now, quick to get themselves into a fight.
Oof, and Snazy on the receiving end of it at that. Ping, big opening shots there. That's a nice elimination and a pretty strong start, but they're gonna need to find a few more of those types of eliminations, Takada, if they really want to convert this, because remember, being Wox Malibuca, they've practically sat out every single lobby here today. It's always going to be very tough to scale back up and make up for the lost time, but it's something that some veterans could definitely rise to the challenge for.
100%. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Cammy, Hari, iDrop. There's another trio that were looking incredibly strong off the start. And I wouldn't say they're, you know, fallen off completely. They're still in a solid spot, but you know that this team wants more than just a qual spot at the Global Championships. They want to take home the trophy here for Major 3. So currently sitting in 8th place. The job is not even close to finished.
Physics and Dendapuzo. Howley, a little bit caught up here, but they are able to come out on top. It's only at the expense of Physics, but a double revive. Close that one out, no problem. Lixium's team, unfortunately, just getting a little bit of a taste of what a set finals lobby experience is like. Yeah, not the only one. Pablo for Doxy Chino. They've struck yet again. They're sick of playing through the surge-based methods. These early rotates have been gnarly for the other teams.
That's a big elimination, though, taking out your competition, quite literally. The trio that's currently in the #1 spot. One of the players now has been taken down by the second place trio. Coming from that win, they are on fire, and Panzer is doing what he can to stay hidden.
Oh no, Panzer is so trapped inside of that bush. He's gonna lose so much time in this final lobby, Takada. And we don't even know where Seti is at just yet either. Like, it's only Panzer trying to stay hidden. Maybe Seti can look for a lone play of a reboot, but Panzer's got to hope that the distraction is steeper. Nebs, Kyoto, Pink, they also want to maintain themselves in the conversation for that leaderboard consistency and finding that early elimination. Nice look to start the game off.
Yeah, not too bad, but just the start for Pink, Kiro, and Nebs. Marius, on the other hand, making use of their efficient kind of early game strategy, per se, where some of them will be doing the surge damage, others will be looting, others will be getting extra heals, mats, whatever it could be to maximize that efficiency. But Reason has to be careful. He's lost Mr. Savage. Wheat looking to close it out now as they push up to Reason. No shield to work with. 5 bullets in the shotgun. 5 wooden builds left. For Reason to clutch this one up, he's gonna need to hit the shots of his life.
Oh, cut short on that attempt, but it's a solid effort. Just not quite able to make the recovery that they were amping for, but Panzer and Seti, they've managed to somehow escape the clutches of Fridoxi's team. And Sinet, Nafrizi, Wheat, if they're not careful, it's not like Nafrizi is the healthiest player by any means here, Takada. This could definitely be turned against them. But for Wheat, you just see, we'll look back now on how Savage exactly went down and the rest of his team. They were just a little bit too extended. Sinet and Nafrizi did a really good job at approaching from separate angles, and Wheat just hoping to really seal the deal.
Yeah, they took the time now that they were able to heal back up, so only hope here is that they walk through this bush and able to pick up a quick knock, and Wheat might be the victim, but quickly enough the regroup comes through. But I see a potential here. Hiding in the bush, it's a matter of time.
They want to make sure that the players are split enough from each other that this is going to be a freebie, and Wheat just barely managing to cut across. He's still standing somehow, some way. And now Sinet, Nafrizi immediately called to action. They're going to be sure to pack up their boy however necessary. And Panzer, Seti, it was a valiant effort there, Takada. But that one just runs dry, and they're going to have to just look elsewhere. They're going to have to fall back and get away from where Wheat and them are at.
A quick side note, I saw on the feed for Doxy, not only did they take out Yapko at the start, but I just saw them take out Pixie as well. The #1 and #3 trio going on the receiving end from what's looking like a potentially incredibly strong trio. But actually, now that I think about it, it might have just been a trade from the base. But either way, looking quite strong.
Oh, same can't be said though for Akira. Nice pickup though from Nebs. And now Akira, Pink, still playing on these outskirt positions, north side of the map. They might be able to track down Werex. Instead, kind of recognizing that they do want to start getting a move on with their rotates. Seti and Panzer though revisiting Lone Wolf Lair. Caught up one more time with Fridoxy, Pablo, and Chino. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, Panzer? He's now trying to see if he can escape the fray. Pablo inside of the building, though, looking to try and cut Panzer off. Approaching from that flank. Dash just a little bit too far forward. Seti retreating back inside of Lone Wolf Lair, playing on the opposite end of it. And Panzer has been eliminated, so it's all down exclusively to Seti. And this is exactly what Chino, Pablo, and Fridoxy were after. They're looking to take matters into their own hands, control their own narrative. They missed out last major, and they're not looking for that to be a repeat in this one, Takada. Because when your first place competition is down and out for the count, and the next team after you is at 288 points compared to your 341, this could be a crazy runaway moment there for Frodoxy's team. But Axe Force, CZB, Nathan, they're still caught in the midst of an awkward battle.
Looks like it's calmed down for a moment. Axe Force now gonna pop that miss for him. CZB gonna follow shortly behind them. Disengage will come through. Eliminations from both ends of the pact here, and Robin said, okay, I'll let you go, but not without taking a bit of damage. As now closing the gap, looking for what I would say were angles, but with the amount of aggression coming from Robin, I think he wants more than just a couple tags here as the pursuit is on.
It's just a classic 2 versus 2. Who can outlast the other? But Axe Force prepared to fight, definitely knows what's coming. The CZB, a little bit too split, trying to make sure that he doesn't get trapped between the two. Robin, it's gonna be the Memmis grenade. And now it's down to Kylie. See if he can apply a little bit of pressure from a separate line of sight. But Axe Force, CZB, they're playing hip to hip. They're not looking to take any chances here. They're deep inside of the storm. They know if they win this exchange, they'll be able to make a play for the reboot. And Axe Force whiffs the shot. The pump not gonna connect. He'll be forced to misform away. And Robin, Kylie still looking to give chase. But now it's CZB who might be a little bit too exposed. He's scrambling, looking to get away from Kylie and Robin as quickly as possible, but Robin just relentless. And CZB, Axe Force, their last Memmis grenade has just been used. Kylie and Robin are out for a vengeance here, though. And Kylie, he's nearly connected every single time here, but instead turned one more time into CZB's favor. Robin has fallen, and now CZB could potentially come up clutch. Instead, it's Kylie who's taken the Bears completely back into his team's favor. Axe Force will finally close this one out. And Kylie still lingering. Doesn't want to let Axe Force get this revive going, but Skvi, Trulex, and Teeny, they're going to be the real victors of this exchange right now, Takada.
Or are they? As they choose to take the rotate instead of fight. As Trulex continuing to go on ahead.
Rotate, though.
That's going to be a while from now, though, with the amount of distance that they have to make. Axe Force seems to have picked up CZB. At least they know now that no more third party is close by, with a big shot from Kylie. Has that 1v2 disadvantage, but with the shots being connected, could turn around. The issue is, Kylie's just giving them so much time to heal up, pop the chugs. Uh-oh. Potential angle from CZB. Now denied, as Kylie is gonna ultimately get taken out. No more materials to work with. Axe Force, CZB finish up the fight and now make their way to zone once again.
Kylie and Robin, they were just looking to try and claw their way back into some solid leaderboard contention for ending the day. That's why you go for these off-spawn battles and whatnot, but really well played here. I don't think that Chino and Pablo have any intentions of slowing down for their elimination counts. 21 in the last lobby as a team, and with 5 already, Takada, in this 6th game, it is kind of insane to think about what kind of precedent they might be setting here.
The pressure is on. The good news is all these teams have another full day of 6 matches, so despite a potential poor finish here in day 1, they have a whole other day to get that comeback. For Chicho, Tace, and Haris, though, not as much to worry about in 5th place, but already being qualified to the Global Championship. What they want is a 1st place finish here. Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash, due to the zones, do have the luxury of being able to just kind of base up on their drop spot at Demon's Domain.
But the tags just kind of poking into their sides. Certainly going to be annoying to deal with. still. They have a pretty big advantage right now, just based off the way that the zones have been pooling. They haven't really had to venture too far away from Demon's Domain, but that could also be working against them, Takada, because they haven't really had the opportunity to kind of push outwards and try to see if they can apply a little bit of surge damage onto the teams surrounding the outside of Demon's Domain, basically. So I am very interested to see what their surge actually ends up looking like, because we know it's going to be a problem for some of these teams.
100%. Rico Venoflixi, they have been running into trouble at the start of these end games. Kind of forced into shambles without enough damage, forcing a lot of mats to be used, and just not really having everything they need to close out a big game.
At the end of the day, though, it's still Veno. And as long as Veno is around, there is always going to be some kind of mastermind strategy that comes into play. Whether it happens in this final lobby today, Takada, or it's something that we witness come day 2. I just never count that trio out for anything. No matter what the initial performance might appear to seem like. Hadi, Cammy, iDrop, though, you have to kind of look at it as almost like a double whammy there for Cammy. You're seeing the huge successes of Seti. It's almost like that additional pressure being applied because you know that the public perception is going to be which of these two got the better end of the deal. And right now, it's coming up so clearly, Seti, that it's just got to linger on the back of your mind. But Cammy's such an experienced competitor too. I'm sure it's pressure that he knows how to handle.
100%, and that will be shown in day 2 is Cantry, Pradaj, and Fincheck. We've seen them a lot, but they've yet to kind of make a name for themselves on the top end of the leaderboard here. As if they run into Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino now, maybe once again he'll get shut down. The amount of aggression coming from this team, 2,100 surge above.
It's less about Pradaj running into Pablo and more Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino chasing them down. They have consistently been a thorn in the side all day long for Pradaj's team. And the only relief, really, that Pradaj has experienced has been when Fredoxy has opted to go for more aggressive challenges to teams that he views as challenging their position on the leaderboard. We're looking at the approach towards Veno at Brutal Boxcars, Game 4, last lobby. And I think that it's just very tough to kind of read what Fredoxy is actually cooking right now, because they've shifted their focus so many different times that none of the teams nearby Supernova Academy have any idea where they're planning on heading first.
Looking over to Marius, Pixie, Vanya. I mean, they're at the top end of the leaderboard, but I feel like they have yet to get that big match as well. They've gotten some seconds, some thirds, but they've been lacking the kind of full trio chemistry. Either one gets picked off, they're forced to play as a duo, so I'm still waiting for that big match. I mean, they've played more than well enough to keep consistent and be in the top 3, but we want that first place from a trio of that caliber. Kararma left alone, getting ticked by Surge, 30 below, despite the spare minis. Still not a position you want to see yourself in.
Far south zone pool, though, is always going to be very difficult for these teams, hugging more towards that northern section of the map to kind of catch up towards. It's Karama trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive here for his trio, but 106 below. Surge consistently forcing him into having to split his focus between using all of these small shield potions and just running into edge of zone. Even as a solo, it's only a matter of time here, Takada, before somebody happens to look back and sees Karama just sprinting for dear life to try and make it into the safety of zone.
Yeah,
he had
I mean,
9
at least
mini shield potions, by the way. And now
not
he's
anymore.
down to his last 3.
Not anymore, Taco, as he's forced to use the last minis, 169 below. He's kind of hoping to maybe find a solo, a duo, because if it's a full trio that sprays him, it's not going to be enough. With the position he's in, he has to overbuild. He has no option to conserve materials here. It's all or nothing full build in zone, hard mats, do what you can to stay up, but when you have to focus on getting damage at the same time, it makes it that much more difficult. Tayson Chicho, though, great pickup here. Some extra loot, as they have a massive kind of section here in the low.
They've completely caved out this low ground and tunneled so far. But look, on the other end of the tunnel, though, Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache. And the way that Queasy already scouting, trying to take note of what exactly it looks like closer to the high ground. All he needs to do is just wait to see for Swizzy and Merstache. They're going to go ahead and dump as much of their heals as possible towards their IGL. They know that when it comes to the high takes, they're probably going to commit a lot of material because they understand the fact that this is a pretty open space to work with, Takada.
It really is. I'm excited to see something happen from Vico Venoflixi here. You can see they're just looking for an opportunity as any trio decides to make a rotation here. Now come some opportunities. No shots being after they lost Swizzy, forced to recuperate a bit of the dashes, but with just 29 HP, one shot could be enough to take Merstache out. He's gonna have a bit of time to pop the Chug Jug now, but seems that he's split up from Queasy. 5 builds is all that he has left. Medmist gonna be popped, no more shields, everything going downhill for this trio, despite them pulling zone to their drop spot. The double-edged sword has not ended in their favor.
Malibuca choosing to not contest Queasy early on is definitely showing in the surge numbers. It's hard to, reroute your initial starting plan when 5 games in a row you were dealing with that all-spawn contest initially, but Veno, Flixi, they're just targeting completely, cutting through the center of zone even, and everyone else too preoccupied with just trying to stay standing on their own 2 feet. So many of these teams are just being split into solos and duos, and just like that, end of the road here for Merstache and Queasy as they get picked apart, approaching from the backside of zone.
Up above it is going to be Trexer, but for our kings of what I would say this match, and potentially the whole lobby, if they get a good enough placement, it's Chino, Pablo, and Fredoxy doing what they can as a duo to close this match out. Incredible pickups coming through. That's a risky refresh to go for. They understand the danger, and they're going to leave it.
They've got to make that early play onto Lone Wolf, and eliminating Seti's trio worth it. Even as a duo, they can still capitalize from that mid-ground position, but it will be tough. The road ahead has got Atris, Chicho, and Tayson also maneuvering through it all the while. Cheatin', Mappy, Trexler still holding on to high ground, but Pablo, Chino directly underneath. A couple more charges left in this misform. Pablo just looking for an opening. Chino right next to him. Got to make sure, even as a two-man party here, they still have to hold their back guard, but they're also going for the pre-ed, and they find it onto Splik. But they can't make it to the body just yet. They have to wait. Pablo is going to be the first one to jump through. He's got a little bit of siphon here, the misform too. And Chino and Pablo, they're trying to make sure that they do everything in their power to leapfrog that first place position on the leaderboard. We got to hone in a little bit closer to what's been happening on the ground here with Chicho, Tayson, and Atris, because they are clearing out space.
They gotta be careful though, because Vico Benoflixi had an incredible rotate with the misform to take the front side of low, so they have full control now of it. As Chino is left alone, Pablo's been knocked down. 46 builds are left. It's more than enough to clutch up a good bit of placement, but you gotta be careful if you go second high. The pressure will be on you. A full trio right under Chino, forced to make tough decisions, as now Tayson, Chicho, Haris are doing what they can to take that front side of low ground, and it looks like they might have just done it.
Something about the second half of today's games that's just completely been locked in here for Tayson, Atris, and Chicho. They've also found a knock onto Sandgilt, splitting that trio apart, but it comes at a cost. Tayson has been eliminated. It's now down exclusively to Atris and Chicho to keep replicating some of their consistency success throughout the course of today's matches, but Chino, as a solo, still rolling through this lobby. He needs another refresh, though, some more mobility of that misform. Big tag, but it's not going to connect enough to translate towards a knock. He needs the siphon refresh, but he gets cleaned up. He can't push any further.
Good news for Chicho. He's got a Chug Jug, he's got Biggs, he's got more than enough heals, but even better news for Sheet and Trexer and Mappy. They're up above, more healthy than ever. Not a single contestation coming through, but the issue is running quite low on mats. Seems to be a full trio right under them. Demon Storm picks. Are they going to want that high ground position? Volko's been knocked. Cheatin getting closer and closer, applying that pressure. Does not want to give picks Demus and Darm any bit of air as they continue to take those shots and get ahead, but no eliminations coming through, as I might have spoken through soon. Demus gets knocked down. Cheatin gets right into the action, as all he needs to do is hit a few more shots.
Cheatin just gonna get up close and personal now, but Mappy, he's gotta follow through, chasing out, trailing Giddis, knows that misform's gonna exit eventually, and he's not gonna let this heal happen. But Giddis, it comes at a steep price there for Mappy. He will trade his life to give Cheatin and Trexer the best odds possible. Cheatin trying to see if he can track down Darm. Darm healing for his life currently, and Cheatin, he wasn't able to actually take those two medkits towards Trexer, but Trexer was able to get to the body anyway. And Darm has to chase over ahead.
He got the medkits.
Darm's actually going to be able to steal those ones away, and now Trexer, will he be able to withstand the heal off? It's exclusively down to who might get Storm Sickness first here, Takada. That'll be the real difference maker. Darm starting to try and evade the damage, but it's too much to handle. They can't overcome, and Trexer just confirming Game 6 Victory Royale with the heal off.
Storm Sickness got the best of Demus, Darm, and Pix, and Trexer wanted it more than ever, coming shortly before from a third place finish, almost getting the VR, to now in the last match of the day, finally securing it through the heal off. They were 12th place going into this match. They had a bit of a rough start, but alongside a top 3 and top 6 now with that Victory Royale, I'm sure we're gonna see them in the top 10 and ready to go for day 2.
I'm also just factoring in that for Pixstorm and Demus, they definitely needed to close out today's matches with a strong placement finish like they did, because it's been an uphill battle. A lot of struggles with the off-spawn contest over at Utopia City. That's always going to be difficult to try and tangle with, but Cheatin, Trexer, Mappy, for a moment, you almost had to think, just maybe, the Fall-Ins are going to steal this one away, but Trexer all you can do at that point is just play through the Chug Jug and trust that you've done everything in your power leading to that heal-off circumstance to actually overcome in the end.
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations for the VR. Also, to Pix Steamer Storm, they only had one match in the top 10 before that game, and now that they've got the Victory Royale, they have 2 matches that were more than enough. That is it for Taco and I in the caster booth. We'll be back tomorrow for more action, but before we close this out, we have to go right back over to Frankie, Levin, and Mini. Tell us what you're thinking right now.
Thank you so much, Taco and Takata. And I'm thinking the high ground has it. Every single trio that's won a Victory Royale today has asserted dominance on the high ground at some point and pretty much dominated it for most of the end game. Mappy's trio being no different, Levin.
Absolutely. Look, they were the team that won the final game of Group 3 last weekend, and they win the final game of day 1 today. We know they have the ability to win games in this manner, and what a time to do it, Minnie.
Yeah, perfect. Sets them up nicely here now for day number 2. Wasn't their dream day 1, it has to be said, but they have shown signs of life and brilliance in these end games. So I think for them tomorrow is going to be about finding that consistency a little bit more. I'm sure this will boost them up in the standings as well, so it'll do wonders for their confidence. And I think that's really what's important now going into day 2. Having that confidence. Some of the teams would have dropped a little bit. Some of the teams would have risen up and gone up in the leaderboard and in the standings. But it's all about carrying that momentum now into tomorrow. We got 6 more games of Fortnite. There's going to be the same scoring format as well, so truly anything's possible.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the major players, the movers and shifters in this lobby, because for Doxy, Pablo and Chino, they really turned things around towards the end of the day, Minnie.
Yeah, this is what we kind of expected going into the day, and then they sort of turned it on halfway through. I think they forgot who they were, I guess, in terms of what they were capable of. And then, of course, that 21 elimination game, that was huge for them. They had another huge game before that, and even this one, it's another solid end game. And to be honest, in their position, I'm sure we'll have a look at the leaderboard. They just need to keep these games coming, Levin, keep these end games coming, because it seems like they're very active off spawn, they're very active early game, finding their surge in different ways, and that's just how they like to play.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, if I just came off the back of, like, the best game in trio FNCS history, then, yeah, I'd be feeling pretty good, too, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, so I'm sure they're feeling great right now, to be honest with you. Yeah, look, this is a team who we know what they're capable of. They showed it to us last season, but now playing with full confidence, especially after that victory last game, I mean, it's a scary, scary prospect for tomorrow. Last season, they narrowly missed out on winning the FNCS, right? It came down to that final game where they couldn't quite get it done. I know they'll all be hoping and praying they can be in a similar position going into the final game of tomorrow, and it's a position that I don't think they would take too lightly either.
Can I draw your attention to 4th place? Vanya, Pixie and Marius not having a Victory Royale in the first 6 games. To me, that's very surprising, Levin.
Well, yeah, because they, you know, popped off with so many last major, then, you know, you sort of get used to seeing them winning games. But look, it's always tough to draw hard conclusions in the sand on day 1. The one thing I will say about this team is that they are primed to have a good day 2. I think they're a team that, again, when you don't have to worry too much about being contested. I know Queasy was joking about landing, you know, practicing drops at Flooded Frogs and whatnot. But considering, you know, they can probably be safe in being uncontested tomorrow, again, they've been able to survey the lobby, get a feel for how to get damage around them. And I think they'll be able to make it into end games a lot more stacked tomorrow's games.
A trio that seemed to have the measure of the lobby from the start was Tate and Chicho and Haris. They nearly got 2 Victory Royales tonight. They are quietly consistent and they're ferocious when they're on form, Minnie.
Yeah, they've performed really well today. They've had games where they haven't done so great, but the games that they've been in those endgame situations, they've been really, really smart in terms of how well they played these games. Playing for heel off as well, they of course managed to get a 1st place.
Don't have a good day. Don't have a good day. Don't have a good day.
waiting for the live event. I'm waiting for the live event. That's what I'm waiting for. I don't know what this kid what. Yo, bro, what do you want, bro?
What do you mean, what do I want? You joined my party.
Okay, and you invite me, dumbass.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like.
Peace out, motherfucker. Chad, that nigga invite me. This kid fucking dumb. That nigga annoying, bro. But all good, chat. All good. Live event is all good. That nigga always sound like that, bro. He sound like a fucking idiot. Oh yeah, he's actually an idiot. Forgot. That nigga's an idiot, bro. That nigga a fucking idiot, bro. That nigga annoying shit, bro. Oh yeah, I will jump into 2 live event. Blaze live event and
Tá cheia de tesão, eu vou te fuder com amor. Menina safadinha.
Chat, live events Chat, that's why I don't like playing with Indian. They're annoying. They're fucking annoying, bro. They always be fucking me. They think they're fucking cool. They don't know shit. They're fucking like, bro. Chat, that's why I'm never playing with this bitch ass nigga. That's why. That's why I've never played with this bitch ass nigga. Always gotta fucking out cool some shit. Like what? Chat, this is a guy lady. Live event, baby! 5 minutes, chat. 5 fucking minutes. Pollo's domain. 1,000. My Peter bot domain. It looks like it's gonna be my domain, but this kid lit on me. Oh, you cannot hit people. Chat, you cannot hit people, chat. What? What the fuck? Chat, I thought you cannot hit people. What? Brr. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, chat. I thought you cannot hit people. But you cannot build. What the fuck? I don't care, chat. Why can't I hit this nigga? Chat, we waiting for the live event. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, chat. 4 minute live event. Live event. I'm gonna jump into 2 live event. Blaze Royale. And yeah. Live event 4 minutes. 3 minutes. Come on now, chat. Everyone join up. Join up, chat. Join up. Join up. 20 people. Oh my game. Join up. If you wanna join me, join me. Join up. I'm waiting for the 1 minute count. Take a second. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live event. Live event. Start now. Oh fuck, players domain. What the fuck, chat? Oh my god.
The power of the mask is mine to wield. This is my destiny.
Is that Daigo? Yeah, it is. Oh my god. Damn. my fucking god. Damn. No. Wait. That's not Pollo's domain no more. Oh no, man. Chat, where's domain at? What the fuck? Damn. It's not Pollo's domain. Oh shit. Wait. Oh my fucking god. Chat, what is this? That's a movie or what? This is the battle pass. Oh shit. Damn. Come on. Go. We got this. Fuck, I gotta reload. Come on. Damn. Bruh. How am I gonna fight them? What? I'm dying. Everyone shoot. What the fuck? Bruh. Come on, we got this! I really need heals right now. Chill, what the fuck? Bruh. Die, bitch. Bro, my teammate not even shooting. Oh yeah, they are, never mind. Job dead. Come on. I gotta heal. Let's go. We did it. Damn. Bye, domain. Damn. Oh, it's not in yet. Oh. Oh my fucking god. Yo! He's back! Bro, what? Nice. Superman! What's up, bro? Bruh. What the fuck? 200. Damn. Damn, Superman. I guess Superman domain? What the fuck? Alright, this is the end. Buy domain. Chat is no longer for your domain no more. So yeah, domain is gone forever. Domain is gone forever. Domain is gone forever. There's nothing you can do there. Damn.